run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going going no, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going no, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to tap out.
And it's all done. A Trollocs winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hello friends and welcome back to day 3 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. As always, I'm joined by Lambos. We're having our final day of the group stages, just the final match for every single player. Over the past 2 days, they've already played 4 matches each, and today decisions will be made. What's up, Lambo?
What's up? What's up, Harrison? I'm very happy to see this final day of group stages being played out. A lot of groups still very open. There's not a single group where it's already clear who advances. The only group where even the first place is clear is only Group A, so the one we're starting with. So I think a very exciting day of games ahead of us.
Yeah, I truly believe so as well. We're starting here with Solar versus Spirit, as Spirit hasn't won a single series yet. Took a lot of maps, but no series wins yet. What do you think the likelihood is that we're going to see a W versus Solar here?
I think not too unlikely, considering that for Solar, this is mostly for placement, so second or third, which means that he might get an easier opponent, but you never really know if in the other groups,
Right.
like sometimes the player that finishes in third is better or not. So for Solar, this is less important than for Spirit, because for Spirit, if he wins this, there's a very good chance that he gets 5th instead of 6th, and that's extra APT points, which is very important for him. That's 50 extra APT points, so that's the equivalent of winning 5 weeklies, I think. And which is very difficult because Clem and MaxPix are playing in them consistently, so we don't no one else really wins them. So
There's
those
2 guys
APT
winning
points,
in Europe.
yeah, these points are very hard to come by. So getting 50 more points is very important. On top of that, also $1,000 extra and $500 extra for winning the series. So I think Spirit will be very motivated to still win and give his absolute best shot at it. I do think Solar is the favorite, but with prepared build orders, I think anything can happen.
Yeah, I think so too. And Spirit, he yesterday mentioned that he believes that he is great at build orders. He's good at preparing as well. I think it was, what was the match that he was playing? I think it was Spirit versus a Protoss. Do you remember? Did you watch that?
You mean the interview? Where
Yeah,
he
the
said
interview. It was while
I
he was
watched the
playing
interview,
against
yeah.
Trigger, I think. Yeah.
when he was losing against Trigger,
Yeah.
he played it in between where he said he wasn't happy with his strategy points that the other players gave him in the card, which to be entirely fair, I think the Koreans don't quite know him as well, and most of the players here are Korean.
Yeah.
So I think the ratings are a little bit worse for foreigners usually, and they don't quite know. I mean, one thing that they got right is that the defense is a lot better, but I actually think he's not bad strategically. He has very special builds, and he also makes those builds himself, which stands out to me. Not a lot of Terran players do that.
Yeah, Spirit definitely has the mental capacity to make a lot of builds. We're going to see if that's what he's done here as well. If last night, before he went to bed, he wrote some stuff down in his notebook, or if we're just going to be seeing some of his more standard play. Either way, we're loading into our first map here, which is going to be Alcyone, as in the bottom left here, spawning as our red Zerg player. Playing for Team Vitality, it is Solar.
And his opponent in the top right, the blue Terran player from Poland, representing Navi, it is Spirit.
All right. Beautiful stuff. As we have... what is this gonna be, Lambo? Talk to me.
It's a 15 hatch. So this 15 hatch is specifically good against something like 2 Rex Reaper. It's generally good if you end up getting away with gasless. And this is one of the maps where it is actually reasonable to go gasless on, because the third base is so close to the natural. You can kind of wall the natural, have the queens in the front. Don't really need early link speed to defend anything. On top of it, Spirit is known to play CC first. So... and also not known to run by cars, by the way. He's playing it very safe with the cars. He usually opts to only go on the map with 2 cars until he has a full wall at the natural, and try to do nice scouting with the cars that he has at home, so his Hellions at home. So I think this is just playing the player here from Solar, and a smart opener. Just skipping the link speed because he doesn't need it, and then getting out more lava with a 15 hatch. Also being a little bit safer against the potential proxy Rex, which Spirit also likes to do.
Yeah, so really covering all of his base as well here, as the next drone is already going downstairs. Just gonna check maybe to see if there's anything down, or why are you long distance mining at this point already? It's a bit early, no?
Because you're oversaturated in the main base, so I think he just does it. It would theoretically be better if, especially with the first drone, he would have mined once and triple stacked it, but that doesn't really give you a whole lot of... You get 5 minerals very slightly.
3.5
faster.
minerals more. I don't know, Lambo. That sounds like a lot of minerals to me.
That's not even how it works, though.
Nah, that is pretty sure that's how it works. 3.5 minerals. That's what he would have gotten.
Okay.
Unbelievable.
Can't wait to try this next time. I want to see my mineral coin go up by 3.
And a half.
And a half,
to
yeah.
4.
I want to see 0.5.
Yeah. All right. Double command centers here are out, of course. Because this was a CC first into the Reaper, into the factory. And Solar's gonna try to maybe get the Ling run by in. Does the Spirit always get the Reaper with this?
He likes to do it very frequently. It's important for CC first players to mix it up, because if you go CC first with a Marine, you are very unsafe against someone that just runs across the map with his 4 defensive Zerglings. And if you go with a Reaper, you obviously punish the Zerg that goes across the map with the first 4 Zerglings. So you kind of gotta mix those up. The Reaper is theoretically a little bit more greedy against stuff like 1 Basolins, also pull first Roach because the factory is just a little bit later. But we are not seeing any of that, so this is completely fine for Spirit. He basically got away with the greediest opener possible. That being said, it's not super greedy. Like, you need to blindly punish this as Zerg. This is why we see so much CC first now. It's really not that easy to punish. And yeah, I actually had a Zerg ask me yesterday as well how to punish this from the Katowice players. It's not that simple.
Yeah, it really isn't. Reaper's now going to make its way across the map. It's going to see that the hatchery is done already. A lack of speed on top of all of that. Meanwhile, Spirit with a 3rd CC is going to swap the starport over to the tech lab. We expecting Banshees, Ravens, something along those lines.
Probably Banshees.
Okay.
Yeah, this is his most standard opener. He also used a lot of 2 starport battlecruiser builds recently against Elaser on this map, so he could play to that and maybe hide his first 2 Banshees. I don't expect him to move out with the first Banshee because of it, so maybe Solar will over-prepare a little bit for potential battlecruisers, because he opened like this almost every game against Elaser, the Polish LAN, 1 week ago or 1.5 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think it was a week ago.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, something along those lines. All right, let's have a look. Creep is just spreading. We have these 2 cars on the map. Next 2 cars coming out as well. The depot wall is starting over at home. We're not really expecting mech behind this, right? Spirit is a player that has just playing an absolute crap ton of bio. He feels like someone that could, you know, try mech, but he's never really played it much in TVZ, has he?
He has not, no. He is usually the type of player that tries something once, and the moment it doesn't work, he thinks it's not viable anymore. So then he goes back to the standard builds or trying to play new builds. That maybe is one of the reasons he plays so many new builds, because whenever something doesn't work anymore, he just tries to figure out something else. Which I don't think is very different to some other players, because usually you just make a mistake and you think, okay, it didn't work because of this X mistake that I made. But he thinks about the game a little bit differently, so that's why you don't really see a lot of mech from him.
Yeah. Double E-base, double Evo chambers. Fast lair coming out of Solar behind this, or a reasonably quick lair. We're just expecting... Honestly, even Solar knows how predictable he is in this matchup, and he jokes about it. I'm kind of expecting just Hydra Ling Bane into Viper, throwing down a Lurker then, pretending to build Lurkers, maybe even go for a Nidus or a fake Nidus, and then back into Hydra Ling Bane Viper and playing that till it fails or till it wins. That generally is the game plan that Solar employs in this matchup. And the fact that I'm aware of this, the fact that Solar is aware of it, that I'm aware of it, like, everyone basically knows this, right? This shouldn't come as a surprise here to Spirit. That being said, what would be the best way to kind of counter this? Because it's just a very standard style, but are any tricks that he could pull? Is there anything in particular we're looking at, like, oh, this is maybe where Solar would be weak?
Not really. As you said, it's just standard, right? The way Solar is approaching the game, he plays this matchup extremely standard. So there shouldn't be any holes in his play. You just gotta outplay your opponent if you want to take it to him straight up. You can obviously try to surprise him in the early game, and Spirit is going for one thing that's very uncommon, which is a 4th CC very early after the first 3 barracks. So he's trying to just get up that macro and camp from the get-go, pretty much. He can try to go for 1 tank move out, because the initial 5 barracks are delayed, but the initial 3 barracks are still producing those Marines from the same timing on. So I think he's going to move out a little bit there, but do it rather passively, and then just try to play late game from there. So Spirit says, okay, if you try to kill me with Hydra Ling Bane, I'll greet that. I'll just sit on my base, and in my bases, I'll try to set up well defensively, and then we'll see if you can kill me or not.
Yeah, exactly. So this push is going to hit the exact same timing with the exact same strength as a standard push would hit. That 4th base did not really change that timing at all. However, because barracks 4 and 5 are delayed, any follow-up is going to be weaker. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah. The thing is, maxing out early doesn't really matter that much when you're camping. It's mostly the factory count that matters. So getting up the earlier 4cc also will allow him to get earlier extra CCs. And yeah, it theoretically should set him up for success. The thing is, the Zerg is completely untouched. Solar was free to drone up to 82 drones. Could have even went higher if he wanted to. And he's not trading. And the thing is, Terran can basically trade for free because they can usually load up. Hydras are not fast enough to reliably catch medevacs. So if anything, if you commit across the map, you might lose your factory units, but you should always save your Marines. And that's why Terran should fight for map control, because they don't really have anything to lose, because they also are supposed to trade well and trade cost effectively, which Spirit does a lot less than basically any other Terran.
Yeah, does have a drop on the left side, which so far is going unchecked. Solar setting up a pretty large run by, maybe even trying to clear that planetary if he gets the opportunity for it. Right now, Solar not happy to send it quite yet. Good target fire there on that single baneling on that left side. And Spirit just gonna pick up and piss off. No sensor tower here yet. Double Banshees. I don't think that's quite going to be enough, is it, Lambo?
It's not quite going to be enough, no. And the 5th base is being produced here, which is a mistake as well, because it's right next to where planetary is, where run by is hitting, so the CC gets cancelled, the 4th base gets killed. At the very least, he doesn't lose that many SCVs, he kills a bunch of Zerglings. It is not the end of the world, but that's really good for Solar.
Yeah, not the hottest start here for Spirit. 6 workers going down, that base falling as well, and as you mentioned, that 5th base being taken out on top of it. It's just not been brilliant. Spirit right now, maybe as a response, is unsieging all of his tanks. It's gonna start moving across the map. How viable is this push out?
Well, we're about to see. If he takes it very slow, I think it has some potential, because he cleared some creep over here already. If he starts to commit on creep, I think he's gonna get eaten alive, because Solar's 2-2 will finish, and he will have very high baning count. So even though his Hive is relatively late and his Vipers might not be out in time, I don't think that Spirit can do much here. I think he agrees, and he thinks twice about this and doesn't decide to go for it. Instead, just starts up Ghost production, starts up extra CCs. This is more the Spirit that we know. Going back to his original plan here.
Yeah, 4th base did start on the just on position, which is kind of risky. If at any point a Ling round by had come by, you get another cancel on that base. Spirit is in some economic trouble there. As we see more and more command centers being added on, that 2-2 is about to finish up. They're really starting to set up for a longer and late game. Solar, usually not a guy that lets it go there, though. If he smells an opportunity, if he sees a way to bust his opponent, he's gonna take it. There's 43 Banes out right now. We don't have any Vipers yet, which does surprise me, especially given the very high tank count. Drop on the left side is gonna take out this hatchery. Solar is already expanding towards the goal, towards the rich Vespine geyser base, so losing a hatch is not gonna be the end of the world. He's gonna have plenty of mining, he has a bank, he's still maxed out. I'm not very worried for Solar here, although these queens on the right side might just end up falling.
Yeah, Spirit does have a nice setup once he takes the gold base. It's very difficult for Solar to do anything on the other side of the map, because there are 2 sensor towers, and the natural is well covered, so I think the difficulty for Spirit will not so much be the first 5 bases, but will be afterwards. And one thing that I would love to see from Solar himself is starting to expand towards Spirit's side of the map. Like, already take the base at the bottom right-hand side, not this one, but the one to the top right of that. So the bases that Spirit is supposed to be taking, and the top left rich gas base as well from Spirit. Because those are the bases that the game will run towards. Like, this is where... those are basically the deciding bases towards the end game. If Spirit just sits there and camp.
Yeah. Yeah, that does make a lot of sense to me, as we have a lot of links here moving forward. No Vipers yet with this army. Banelings connecting with quite a bit. Hydra's moving in as well. These Overseers staying alive. Ghost count is surprisingly low here, by the way. Only at 5. 42 Marines are out. I'm not a huge fan of this army that Spirit has so far.
Yeah, it's not the worst, because Solar is still only on Lingbane Hydra Viper, right? So the Marines are actually kind of important. But yeah, definitely the more Ghosts, the better. Ghosts are also good against Zerglings. Even against Banelings, they're very, very cost effective. So having them is good. But I believe that Solar will be the one that has to attack. So in that case, being maxed out on a non-perfect army is not the absolute worst, because he will still he still has the capability of trading cost effectively on his side of the map. As Solar is running into Spirit's army, Spirit's trying to pull back towards the bottom. Solar realizes most of his tanks are there, and yeah, I mean, there's planetaries, tanks everywhere. This is exactly what Spirit is very good at. That one Planning Cloud was very good though. He got a nice trade there.
The freaking planetary between the natural and the third makes me so happy. He's like, you know, he's not letting anything happen back to him. He has good tank positions as well. Like even these tanks on the right here, like the one hidden behind the refinery. I love that eBay in between the gold minerals as well, kind of acting as rocks. And Spirit, he's just playing a very simple game of SimCity. He's going to rebuild his bunker. He's going to rebuild some of these depots as well. And every time Solar's going to come in, Spirit says, hey, that's going to be a good trade for me. Right now, oh, hold that thought as we might have another engagement. No, Solar's just going to lose a couple of units. Right now, the resources lost is 6k against basically 12k. So Solar doubling in the resources lost. And usually in this game, doubling something is good, but not when it comes to resources lost. Nidus is going to go up in the main base, though. Spirit not entirely ready for it. There are no Liberators out, no tanks in position. And now the ghost count at 10. I'm not sure if that is high enough to just easily clear this Lambo.
It is not, and Solar, realizing that Spirit has to move towards the main base to defend the Lurkers, also tries to engage at the front, gets rid of a couple of the tanks. That Lurker Knight is not supposed to go up. Solar obviously engaged as a distraction for not only Harstem, but also for Spirit, who didn't pay attention, and then the Nidus Worm did end up getting up, and it's very difficult to clear without Liberators. Once you have the Liberators, so you can see even just a one Liberator is so good at clearing up those Lurkers cost effectively.
Lambo, I want to say that I actually did see it, but to give the original experience to the viewer, you kind of put them in Spirit's shoes, I pretended like I hadn't spotted it quite yet. So the Nidus came as a surprise to the audience as well. That's a technique that they use in film very often.
Okay, my bad. This was more advanced than I thought.
Yeah, don't worry. There's still 2 Nidus in the main base. There's 1 Lurker still shooting as well. Lots of tech labs have gone down, which is obviously going to be frustrating. As a abandoned command center towards the right here probably will resume production at some point. Nidus now going up on the left side. And Solar really... I really like what you said earlier, is that he just needs to try and take some of Spirit's bases because he's not trading well, and so far he's also not been breaking Spirit whatsoever. Spirit once again here has the ability to run back. There's a couple of tanks that are in okay positions. Lightning Cloud not hitting until now, and I think once more this was absolutely a fine fight here for our Terran player.
Yeah, that was a good fight. I think Solar should just stop engaging into the defenses of Spirit unless he knows he's 100% out of position, which this Nidus might cause. Spirit unsieging the tank, going a little bit closer towards it, also dropping too many export of units towards it. I think Solar knows he can't unload too many units. Maybe he can try to snipe the one tank, which might set him up for a follow-up Nidus in a little bit. He actually jumps the gun there a little bit with that extra Nidus, as that one has no chance of surviving whatsoever. Yeah, the moment you take Spirit's bases, Spirit has to move out and away from his SimCity. And that's where you can actually trade. If you try to trade with melee units against ranged units that sit behind buildings, it usually doesn't go your way. Yeah, I mean, that's how tower defense works as well, right? It would be much easier if the tower defense can SimCity and has to run out in the middle of the field. So in order to force it, you try to take expansions away from Spirit, as hold that thought as Solar runs in. This is a much better fight. Spirit mismicroing there a lot at the top side. So Solar gets a decent engagement there. This was the best fight he's taken so far, I think.
Yeah, at the same time, Lurker Nidus once again finishes up. Spirit, however, capable of cleaning this up with just Marine Marauder. As at the same time, we have Hydras poking away at this command center. Will force a cancel. Spirit at some point is going to need to continue expanding, right? I guess his third base is still relatively healthy. That surprises me. His natural is empty, though. His main is practically empty. That gold base is going to be running dry at some point in the future as well. Doesn't have the highest worker count, but still, I feel like it would be nice to get a 6th at some point on that right side location. Something, by the way, that I'm not sure if you'd noticed, but there is no adrenal glands.
I have not noticed that, no, but yeah, it's always a big deal for getting adrenal glands. In this, it's not quite the biggest deal because the Zerglings kind of die without doing anything. For most of the time, it's more so the Banelings that actually get damage done, but yeah, he really needs to fix that. It kind of looks good for Solar right now, but Solar didn't mind any of the opposing side of the map, so Spirit didn't need to expand fast. Now he's finally taking the base that I wanted him to take a while ago. Good blending cloud there again. Spirit very slow with the EMPs. He could have EMP'd the last couple of fights already and always missed it. Now all the Banelings running forward, trying to zone a little bit. Planetary goes down. This is just a replacement orbital now that goes to take its spot, so it will be a little bit easier to take a good fight here later on. But theoretically, honestly, Solar shouldn't even be getting these good fights here. Because it's just one angle that he can come from. Like,
Yeah.
he always just comes from the same angle, which means Spirit should be there with the entire army. If Terran and Zerg both are at one position with their entire army, the Terran army should always destroy the Zerg army off creep. So yeah, it's, I think, a little bit of a sloppy control from Spirit. Spirit also not crafting the perfect army quite yet. He's still very Marine Marauder heavy, with very few tanks at the front. He actually only has 3 tanks. He kept losing the tanks, so the constant attacks from Solar at least keeping the factory unit count very low.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to see so little Ghost, so little tanks, and also so little Liberators at this stage of the game. He did manage to clear that base that Solar was taking, that very important base. And let's not forget that Solar is still very far down in units lost. Well, that thought we have another big fight. Viper gonna cast a parasitic bomb here. No planetary to help out. Banelings not quite reaching the Marines. Marauders try to tank a little bit there. I think this orbital command is gonna fall as these Hydras do get to retreat. This once again was a good fight for Solar, or at least felt like a good fight here for Solar. He continuously takes out that base. That gold is running dry, and Solar still has a decent mineral bank here on the bottom right side. He can mine from the top left side base, and Spirit is just having trouble even establishing his own 5th right now. That should not be the case. Spirit at this point in the game should be looking towards a 6th, maybe even dreaming about a 7th, but right now he's still dreaming of a 6th, Lambo, and that's not what you want.
That's absolutely not what you want. I mean, Solar's plan is basically, you want to keep the factory unit count low, you want to keep trading so that Spirit doesn't have a bank, and then once he tries to expand towards the 6th space, he's gonna hammer it home. He's gonna go, remax, go, and that will have to be enough. And he's doing a good job at it, as that Ling Run by hits, and Spirit just repositioned all of his tanks, which means he has enough at the front, so Solar can't engage. He also cloaked all of his ghosts, which is not good, but he loses 14 SCVs to the Ling backstep in his own 3rd base.
Yeah, that's quite a couple of SCVs here. Doesn't mean that his army is going to be bigger, but his army quality, we mentioned it before, still consisting of a lot of Marines in here. 40 Marines. Ghost count has grown, but the tank count is practically non-existent, and that is a huge issue. At the same time, though, the Marine run by, this is rare to see without a medevac, is actually taking out a lot of drones on Solar's side, dealing a decent chunk of damage. That's nice. It's going to buy some time as well. Liberator setting up very far forward. Is this viable, this position that he's taking here? Can he do this?
I mean, the way he has his structures positioned in his natural, he has to take this base. And Solar is trying to exploit this, because if Spirit tries to defend the 6th base, that means his army is very far away from the natural. So I think Solar's main objective should be to bust the natural now, to bust that planetary that is constantly annoying him, and he's trying to do so with the 2 lurkers. I really wouldn't mind a full army rotation from Solar, because he's trying to engage here where Spirit's entire army is positioned. Misclick from Spirit, move commanding everything together. That was not great. If Spirit actually just pressed the A move button there, many more Zerg units would have fallen than they did right now. But yeah, I think Solar should just rotate. There's not even a sensor tower that would spot the rotation early enough. Solar can also give up the space, try to mine the top base. This is a very good fight for Spirit. Solar not paying attention, losing a lot of units before the fight even starts. Solar really needs to just not fight where the entire Terran army is. I know it seems annoying to bust that location in natural because it's a tank and a planetary, but it's just a tank and a planetary. It's even 2 or 3 tanks. You go there with a Viper and your entire army, you should be able to bust this.
Yeah, the planetary also isn't full health at all. It only has 576 HP right now. Solar is outmining that left side, not the gas, just now taking it, as well as taking the top side base that belongs to Spirit. A bunch of Marines are running over there, might be capable of getting another cancel. Ling run by at the same time, forcing this 3rd base to lift and move back. Did every tank just die over there? Or did
I think he moved most tanks. Only a single tank was there and died.
I think Solar realized, after that Ling run by, saw 0 tanks. I think Solar realized, hey, that's actually the weak spot. The right side is where he wants to be right now. And you're not going to be capable of taking out a mining base if you attack into the natural, but you could just clear all the production, and that's probably even better.
You force a rotation. Spirit will never just let his entire main base and natural go down. It's too many structures. He can't afford to lose, because there's still 2 fresh bases on the top that Solar never took. The bottom right, Solar at least mined a little bit from it, but yeah, he should just give up the bottom portion of the map, because he mined out 2 bases there already. The top side is still very fresh. And then once Spirit starts splitting his units again, he can think about denying the 6th base.
Oh.
But Spirit right now is positioned with his entire army there. Solar just tries to run into it once again. He feels the need to try and push. He has an infestor behind Spirit's army. Good fungal. Gets 3 of the ghosts and a bunch of bio. which is forced to fight there. But the moment the banelings disappear, he needs to turn around. He's finding better engagements than I honestly would think, but these are not good enough, I think. He needs to change his approach a little bit at least.
Yeah, it's kind of scary because, let's face it, he's never going to mine anymore from that bottom right side base here. It's going to get cancelled one more time. Every single time you lose your Baneling, Spirit's going to move on forward, take out that base and run back to tank protection. It is indeed the top side that matters at the moment for Solar. Solar also does not have a bank anymore, is not really outmining his opponent by that much. It's at 2100 minerals to what, 1900 minerals. So add one mule into that equation and all of a sudden Spirit is winning that income battle. I'm very afraid here for Solar right now. He's already down 18k. He's now taking that topside base, but taking that topside base is not really possible unless you bust open that planetary natural position. And even then, I think it's going to be so hard. Like, because at any point that Spirit has any reinforcements, he can just send them there and take it out. Spirit's even going to try and take that base. Is this spreading himself too thin, perhaps?
I don't mind the move because it's anticipating what Solar is supposed to do, but Solar should kill the base at the bottom now. The moment he sees this army rotation, he needs to. He cannot let Spirit have that base with just 2 tanks being there. Like, that's absolutely not allowed, and he has to punish that. The lurkers here will at least buy some time. It's annoying to push into a lurker concave. You need to do it very slowly, but yeah, Solar is trying to counterattack now where he should have counterattacked when the army was entirely at the bottom. Trying to take out an orbital, that is nice, but this is not a mining base. So not quite as important. Now also starts moving towards the planetary. Obviously Spirit's units are much closer now to this position than they were before. So now he's trying to bust the planetary. It's so much more expensive than it would have been before. And he doesn't even get it. And he's going to lose so many Hydras on the retreat. Hydras are slower than Stim Bio units. And they trade terribly against Marines. Spirit moving back there a little bit, giving a couple of Hydras a second lifeline. But that was not it. That was absolutely not it from Solar. And Spirit is now in a commanding lead here. I know this feeling myself. You feel like you sometimes misjudge your position because you feel like, okay, these trades were good enough and I had all the economy I wanted, so I should be able to just run in there and deny his freshest base like the moment he stands in the middle of the map. But Spirit was just positioned there with his entire army and you need to go somewhere else. This is one thing which Dark does extremely well, for example. But Solar being a little bit too stubborn there with his approach.
Yeah, I think a couple of tanks just went down against the lurker trap in the middle, by the way. I think there was 2 or 3 tanks that fell there. I missed that. At the same time, a lot of Hydras will end up falling. We still have a double bio drop on the bottom side as well. Not sure what that is trying to achieve. They deny the last 210 cas on one of these extractors. As Spirit is going to continue. And Spirit is just... He's going to be outmining his opponent. He's going to continue taking better trades and is already up 30 supply as well. So Spirit for the first time really in this game, in a very commanding lead. Before it felt like he was holding on for majority of the game, but now he is mining, he is well set up, has a good army. And what can Solar really do at this point? I mean, triple Viper, 6 Lurker, only 4 Banelings. How can he take a good fight with an army like this, unless Spirit falls asleep?
He needs to catch Spirit off guard, basically, either with some lurker trap or while running somewhere where Spirit isn't, and then setting up the lurkers and trying to kill everything else. So this is the first good move of Solar in quite a while, where he kills this planetary for basically free Spirit, completely abandoning this position, which I think is actually the correct move from Spirit, because as I said before, all the fresh bases are at the top, so he can just play that part of the map. And as long as he denies this base from Solar, Solar's mining is completely gutted at this point. He even loses a lot of the drones, trying to rally them to the bottom fresh base, just running through the siege tank and the biofire, and at this point his army is just starting to become too strong for Solar to deal with.
Yeah, it's so funny that Solar now realized that that bottom base was very exposed. Well, before it was the reverse, right? The top base was exposed and the entire army was on the bottom side. So Solar just now starting to make good, well, just really good positional moves. Just spent so much time fighting his opponent, not utilizing his speed advantage that he had. And Spirit here is he's in an almost unlosable position right now, outmining his opponent significantly and has 50 more supply already. Viper's going to try and moving in. On top of that, the army quality is also quite poor here out of Solar. Just low bane count. The lurkers have died. This is all that Solar has, and he needs to go. He needs to do something, but I don't think he can.
Yeah, I don't think he can either, but he's trying his best to do something. I mean, he theoretically is only down 30 army supply, but it's just the army quality that is so much worse here for him. He finds an exposed tank here, gets a good blinding cloud off, gets a second good blinding cloud off, and he's trying to engage how he knows he needs to go because Spirit is outmining him. GG is called, and Spirit takes the first map of the series.
Yeah, first map of the series goes Spirit's way. As we've seen this before, though, in this tournament, is where we have Spirit taking a map or playing well, and then so far not winning a series quite yet. But perhaps this is going to be the series that he needs. As Spirit here requesting a break. I mean, this was a long game, 27 minutes. A lot can happen 27 minutes.
Yeah, one thing that did, sadly, at least for us, happen is that Scarlet got eliminated in her match against Gumio, so that's a little bit of an update there for the from the A stream. Obviously, she's our teammate, so sad for us, but good to see Gumio go through. And yeah, this game, it was... I think Solar was in a lead for most of it, until he engaged a couple of too many times into the gold base of Spirit, and at that point, it kind of became even, and then Solar just made some wrong moves. I think he set himself up well for winning the game once Spirit takes the 6th base, because Spirit did not have a bank, and he also didn't have that many extra CCs that he could keep replacing the original CCs with. So he set himself up well for once Spirit tries to expose himself, tries to spread himself further, but then the moment that happened, he didn't make the right moves. So that way, Spirit actually managed to come back into that game, even though he really didn't do that much. He just sat in his bases, he moved towards the middle of the map without engaging a couple of times. So he was mostly just camping all game and won in a purely defensive manner.
Yeah. A little bit sloppy out of Solar. Well, usually I think his movement is actually quite good. He's no Dark. Dark definitely, in my mind, one of the best things that Dark does is just setting up engagements and knowing where to fight. It's beautiful watching him maneuver in the late game, but I've always respected Solar's abilities as well. But in this game, definitely a couple of mess-ups. Maybe feeling that he was far ahead enough that he could, be a bit sloppy and just keep ramming his head into the same wall again and again and again. But that wall, it got fortified at some point, and your skull's gonna take some serious damage. That's what happened here. Next game, Lambo. I think we might have a bit of a first here this tournament.
Oh yeah, for us at the very least. They want you to change the observer interface to Pro 2020, by the way. Oh. I would have messaged you in game, but you sadly ignore messages from people that are not on your friends list, so that hurts my feelings a little bit. So I need to tell you that. But other than that, yeah, we have Ratu Set coming up for the first time ever on our stream, at least. We didn't even see this in any of the mirror matchups that we casted, because usually one of the guys still doesn't like it.
Yeah. I think this might be a first for Katowice. I haven't seen a single game either that I was watching that was played on Radhuset. This might be the first time that it's being played, as this is a controversial map.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. It only shows 7 maps. It doesn't show a single game on Equilibrium or Radhuset, actually.
That is crazy. That is crazy.
Could have just stuck with a 7 map pool, I guess.
Yeah, could have stuck with a 7 map pool. Oh my god. Alright, first map on Radhuset. So, usually Terran players veto Radhuset in this matchup. That's correct, right?
That is correct, yes. Very much so. Terrans also sometimes veto Alcyone or Alcyone. Usually it's Equilibrium, Radhuset +1. The third one, there's not really any Zerg maps left, so they just veto preferential. It's preferential veto, so either they veto Golden Aura or Alcyone or Solaris, one of those. Even though those are also considered good for, or at least decent for Terran.
Yeah. And Spirit, late game monster, sees in this map a potential late game, or what are we looking at here?
It's either that or mech. I think this map is decent for mech. It's actually not a good late game map. It's very difficult to start taking your 5th and eventually 6th base. It's very easy for the Zerg to take the Terran bases, and it's very open map. Like, it is easy to find good engagements on this map later on. We're not gonna see him just making walls on his first 5 bases, and then Solar just can't attack without seeing walls in front of him. Because the extra bases, no matter which 5th base you take, is always super open. No matter which 6th base you take, is always super open. So, I mean, yeah, I hope that Solar adjusts a little bit, and at the very least, he doesn't need to change his approach with just Hydraling Bane, hammering it home, trying to kill Spirit right then and there, but taking the extra bases from the Terran side is something that a lot of Zerg players started doing, and one thing that I think is very important to do as well.
I like it. As we're seeing pretty much the same setup here for both players. What is the greediest thing Terran can do, by the way? Is it possible to throw down triple CC before barracks, or is it bad because you want an orbital anyway?
Yeah, I don't think that's efficient. It will be CC, barracks, CC would be the greediest.
Does anyone
going
play
double
that?
eBay. I've seen it in the past. It's very often the kind of stuff that the underdogs pull out against someone like Cyril, you know, to try and get a map win. So usually the top players would not do that. It's something maybe a Riyadh would do against Cyril.
Yeah.
Like I said, it can be a smart build. I've seen you Thermal play it on Thunderbird back in the day against Cyril as well. It's it's something that is usually like an underdog builder, because it doesn't really allow you also to pressure early on. So it's not like you can really outplay your opponent. It's just if your opponent plays too safe, you have a sick timing, they might underestimate the amount of units you have. You can get a cheeky win like that.
Yeah, I love cheeky wins like that. As Solar here is already mining out his potential third base location, it's going to be playing Gasless once more. Marine opener for Spirit this time around, so switching it up, as you mentioned, as the CC first player. Did Solar build 0 links? Yeah. I guess you get the scout in time. Or what?
No, if you go 15 edge, you can always build 0 links because the queen spawns in time for the Reaper. Especially on bigger maps, but even on smaller maps. On smaller maps, you need to micro your drones a bit, but you can generally skip Zerglings if you go 15 edge. Otherwise, 15 edge would just be not viable if you were forced to build 4 links with it as well.
Third CC is going to get thrown down here. It is pretty much the build we were talking about, except there's a gas, so not really. In my mind, this is going to be like a proper gasless, fast triple CC, then double eBay as the next 2 structures. You get some quick 2-2 timings with that, don't you?
Yeah, you can. You can even go for some quick 3-3 as well.
Yeah, it sounds powerful. But for now, it's just going to be 2 Marines, a barracks building a reactor, as well as a factory. Spirit is looking for the next... Is that a 4 CC? Lambo!
I mean, that is so Spirit-esque. It worked last game, but last game it wouldn't even really stop his production early on. This one just... Yeah, I mean, he's
what if he
taking
gets
it to
a
a whole
5th?
new level.
What if he gets a 5th?
No, that's too much. You need production at some point.
Yeah, but
that's not even good anymore, because you, like, I don't think that kicks in time for your worker production to ramp up, and then you also can't lift it. Like you don't even have workers to saturate that. I hope he makes it into an orbital though. I don't want to see him float this right away and try to take it planetary. You have the score mixed, by the way. Spirit won the first game.
Oh, good lord. You're completely right. Man, I'm all over the place. In my mind, Solar had won that game, so I made a mental note to make sure that I put the score on Solar. You know, I sometimes have this as well. When I look at it, and then I get the score wrong fairly often. And I'm like, okay, I'm really going to pay attention. And this was one of those games, because I knew it was going to be an easy one to get wrong. And then I reminded myself, like, Solar won it. Nice. I was proud of myself for remembering. This is like checking if you close the door before you leave and you just throw it open. It's like, I'm so glad I checked. So sick. Oh no. Alright, my apologies for that, everyone at home. It's been a rough morning so far. The wrong overlay and now this. Alright. What do we have here? We have a couple more barracks going up. Starport coming up as well. 4th CC has finished up and is indeed an orbital. It's going to start producing some workers. 4 mules, of course, are very powerful by themselves. For the people not aware, a mule lasts 63.8 seconds or 64 seconds. And mines either 200 or 225, depending on the mineral patch you put it on. And you always put it on a close patch, and thus it's going to mine 225. So that extra 4 CC is going to pay for itself pretty quickly just with the muling. It's like 3.5 minutes or so, and you're going to be fine. Now, of course, that does mean that Spirit's timings initially are going to be much weaker, because he's going to have less Marines. His production was later. But so far, it's not looking too bad, right? He got a couple of cars out. And on this map, usually you can't deal any damage anyway with cars, because the first 3 bases are so compact. Like, what really is he giving up here with that fast 4 CC? Like a much quicker medevac timing?
Yeah, it is map control, and yeah, just pressure whatsoever. Solar is free to do whatever he wants, literally whatever he wants. He can make 100 drones right away, and that will be fine. The thing is,
100?
last game, yeah, 100 drones. Like he can defend whatever pressure comes with queens only, so it's not really too much of an issue for him. Instead, he's going Spire, and he's gonna go up straight to 88 workers, I think, which is basically the same as playing like Lingbin Hydra and going up to 100 drones. One way or another, like last game, he basically played a more normal 3CC opener, and he did absolutely nothing with the hand and Banshee. So, if anything, I like this better for Spirit, because he does nothing. He lets Solar do anything, but Solar also did whatever he wanted last game, and it still worked. So, this has to be better then, right?
Yeah, that is it. I think the logic there definitely does check out. As we're gonna have this Spire finish up, he's gonna be aware of the fact that it's most likely gonna be a Spire, right? It's so common on this map. I feel like 90% of the CVTs I see on this map, which have been 5 games total over the past 10 months, have just been Muta games.
Yes. Muta is very common on this map because you open up a second path at the very least. In general, the bases are close together, but you can only attack the first 4 bases from a single direction, which is the 4th base itself. So usually you would see the Zerg player always either go for Mutas or for drops, because otherwise you just cannot be offensive. As I said before, the Zerg needs to abuse the fact that his army is faster than the Terran's army, and then try to get favorable engagements with the Terran not being in position with the correct amount of units. So let's say the Terran is at the front with everything, you can trade well with the Mutas and the 3rd base. If the Terran is too pre-split, you can attack with everything at the front. And as a Zerg, your army is faster, so you can make those rotations to make this type of stuff happen. And without Mutas, this map then becomes very hard to do this type of stuff and work with that advantage.
In this situation, I'm gonna say something a little bit crazy, Lambo, so stay with me, okay? What if as a 5th base, you take this one?
And
then as a 6th, you take the bottom. You have full map control, you're playing Muta Ling Bane, and you start mining your opponent's bases. Like that is, you just start, and then you start working backwards basically. Is that too early?
I thought you were talking about the Terran. I thought you were completely crazy. But
no,
yeah,
no,
you
that's
can
a Zerg.
just get this as you can get this as a 6th base. You can get 5th and 6th at the same time, and even 7th base because you have that much money. You're max now, anyways. It is not crazy. It is actually something that I do against mech. Like when they camp with siege tanks, try to do this as early as possible. But even now, you can try to take it. The most likely scenario, if you especially take the bottom right, because there's no rocks in between, is that he just moves there and kills it. I think it's a little bit too close. But taking the top base is something that I definitely think is something he can already do.
Okay. Muta count has grown to a solid flock of 19, +2 starting on that as well. Of course, Solar ain't sitting still. He's moving into Hive. He's getting his 2-2 upgrades. He wants to start dealing a little bit of damage. Usually we might see some attacks on a 4th base if you're playing Muta Ling Bane, but on this map, as you mentioned, that's very difficult. The real fireworks are going to start once that 5th lands, and that is right about now. Sensor Tower finishes up, tank in the back is helping out, and the Mutas rotate on over as well. A lot of Marines still in the back, couple of Thors too, as I think that Spirit is most likely going to survive this, but his command center doesn't. So then what really was the point?
That was a sloppy fight from Spirit. He also didn't lift the Thor, which was just dying to +1 Zerglings very slowly while he was watching it. I have no idea why he didn't lift it, but that was a pretty big blunder. Yeah, it was a good fight for Solar. There's 5 more CCs coming up, so once again, this is not the end of the world. We've seen this a couple of times in the last game. This most exposed base is usually where the Zerg finds the best trades and ends up killing a base or 2, but as long as you have new CCs coming up behind it, it tends to be fine for the time.
A little bit of a... Oh, well, I think we're going to get a new fight here. At least these Lings are trying to do something. As the Mutas are still harassing. Something interesting is that Spirit just decided to go straight into ship weapons rather than vehicle weapons. Is that for Liberator damage against Mutas?
I think it should be against ground, but yeah, if he tries to punch them up, Liberators actually can be very good against Mutas. It's mostly as a surprise though. If you use Liberators in not completely overwhelming numbers against Mutas and the Muta player just splits, Mutas are quite good against Libs. Okay. But I think it's mostly anti-ground, and also just for late game in general, the Liberators are good. So, not necessarily anti-Muta. I think there's anti-Muta as Ghosts and Marines. And Thors. I mean, he has enough anti-Muta.
Yeah.
It is.
Does make sense. Mutas are going to find one more turret here. They're +2, not quite done. Once that finishes, these mutas are going to be just a little bit more effective. As Solar's trying to take his opponent's gold base, this seems to me like one of the bases that is legitimately impossible to get. I think Marines are even capable of targeting the extractors, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but you can put tanks there. I've tried to take this base before for banter. The tanks can definitely shoot. You cannot mine from it. So
Yeah.
he should have tried to take the base at the top, which tanks I'm not sure that they can attack that. So
Yeah.
you can try to take it once you have brood lords, and then it's difficult for the Terran player to punish that. But he doesn't have brood lords, so I think it's probably the wrong base to take from Spirit side of the map. But I'm happy that he in general realizes his mistake and understands, okay, if I can't do anything, if I can't find good trades at the other side, let me just chill and try to mine out more of Spirit side of the map.
Yeah. So far, 6 Liberators, 8 tanks, a couple of Ghost Out, as well as a Thor. It feels like the army composition of Solar or of Spirit is much better here than in the previous game. Much quicker already. Liberators actually taking a pretty decent trade now. Attack themselves rather than the Mutas. Will need to be repaired, but I think that looked okay. Like -2 or 3 Mutas could have been, well, -2 more. And all Libs stayed alive. Ship Weapons level 2 is halfway done as well. Nidus Network on the way. I mean, it seems difficult for a Nidus Network to do anything here, no?
Well, the Mutas can cover for it a little bit. I would have rather seen drops. Like, this map is good to get drops on, because you can load up the Overlords. They can't really get shut down too easily. And if Solar ever picks off that one sensor tower, especially, it is very possible that Spirit is out of position. Solar, instead, most of the time, just hopes that his opponent pre-splits and goes with everything at the front. But Spirit is not doing that this time. And Spirit also started realizing towards the end of last game, he had nothing at this natural and just came with everything to the front. Like, Spirit adjusted towards Solar's playstyle, and Solar did not adjust to the way Spirit is playing. So that's why also we had the result in the first game. The way it ended. Solar tries to now mine from the gold base, which, as you said, should be impossible. It also is impossible. With just a single Liberator there. Zoning out the drones entirely. And Solar trying to find a good trade here, which at the very least is zoning for the Mutas to take off this CC. But there's so many more CCs where that came from, and he doesn't even get it this time.
Right now, there's 11 orbital commands. There are 4 more vanilla command centers done, with 2 more on the way. So there's plenty of command centers to go around. Liberators on siege, absolutely destroying these Mutalisks, by the way. Ghost in the back also taking a pretty decent fight. And to me, it feels like Spirit's game here is going much smoother than in the previous map on Alcyone. Yes, Solar is mining a little bit more. Perhaps Spirit is denying Solar's mining of his own gold base with that Liberator. That's nice. Spirit also is aware right now of that topside base and is gonna send the Liberator there. Needs to deal with that at some point, though. He can't let that base mine too much.
Yeah, unless he denies the same base at the bottom. In that case, he can ignore it completely.
Yeah, because
Solar also didn't mine from that early on. Like, he just started mining, so as long as he denies the bottom base, he doesn't need to deny the top base, and he is playing with his main force at the bottom, so I think it makes more sense to try and deny the bottom base.
Yeah, Nuke starting here is gonna try to hit the top left side base. I'm not sure if Solar's paying attention. Yep, sees it, pulls away the 3 drones. Very nice. Quick control there out of Solar. This command center on the bottom left. This is gonna get taken out by the Corruptors here. It's gonna be Corruptor Ultra Baneling Ling for now. No Vipers, no Infestors. Is it realistic to expect a single good fight in the upcoming 3 minutes here for Solar with an army comp like this?
If Spirit doesn't move out, realistic is a word. I mean, I don't think it should happen, but crazier things have definitely happened in StarCraft as Solar finally tries to take an engagement in between Spirit's bases where Spirit is out of position. I know he has to run through sensor towers to do so, but that doesn't mean that Spirit is always instantly there. So he at least forces Spirit to move and move away from his structures to defend different structures that he also has. Nuke landing on top of a mining base here, the original 3rd base of Solar. He kills 12 workers, a bunch of Lyra. Not the most impactful at this point, but very nice to see anyways.
Yeah, another nuke is going down, and this is taking away a lot of attention, if anything, right? Solar is having to look at all of his bases, making sure nukes aren't landing. This nuke is also gonna land. That's the 2nd nuke that hits. Do we have another nuke in store here? I don't think so. So he's gonna need to wait until he can research that. But that's quite a bit of damage, and that was quite a bit of time that Spirit managed to win. I think that's probably the most important thing. Solar now says, hey, it's my turn. You had 2 nukes. Planetary did manage to finish during all of this, and will be kind of a bit of a distraction here for Solar to hit something. You know, it's like a punching bag. Here, take a Planetary. I have plenty of command centers where that came from. Ghost count still extremely high. Liberator count, we're at what? We're at 10. I mean, this army that Spirit has is insane. Solar, by the way, is mining from that gold, and is actually getting quite a few minerals from there. Still...
I kind of hate that he put a Nidus there, because it focuses Spirit's attention there, and all Spirit needs to do to deny that mining is put a tank here. There's one single Ultra in that Nidus worm, so he could unload it right now, because nothing is shooting at it, but paying attention to something else. Now he looks at it, decides to unload it. Here comes the Ultra. Running into the natural, a lot of clumped up SCVs. He's not microing it though, so it instead hits a missile turret. I am so extremely surprised to not see a siege tank going there from Spirit, who's now trying to mirror the Zerg army movement, always being in position against that main Ling Bane Ultra force. That's what I working with.
One Ghost is gonna get caught, and at the same time an Overseer is gonna get caught. A couple of Links go down as well. Ultra actually taking out every single, or well, basically every single turret here, as well as a lot of these SCVs. Liberator moves away as the tanks now siege up near the gold base, and will start hitting it from the high ground. Another nuke is going to go down, so lots of action here on the map. At the same time, Solar moves in for an attack. Let's see how well Spirit is paying attention. I think well enough. Gets a couple of snipes off. All of these Banelings are going to go down to the big tank shots. One more command center, one more orbital command will fall. As Solar, he caused a little bit of chaos, still has an Ultralisk burrowed in his opponent's third base. A second Nidus now is gonna go up there for whatever reason. I feel like he's just throwing down Niduses because he likes the sound of it, because there's already one there. It's not like there's anything in there either. He's just trying to distract Spirit. It's like, oh, another Nidus. Look at this, my friend. Don't look at my main army trying to hit your bottom base, because that's what really seems to matter here for Solar. He's just has his entire army in one group and tries to take good fights, trying to take out bases, trying to kill part of the army. But Spirit really is under-defending on the top side every single time.
He is. I mean, Solar could just rotate his units towards the Nidus, load up in the Nidus, go with the Corruptors to kill that Liberator.
Yeah.
And once that thing is cleared up, it becomes a thorn in the side of the Terran, because he doesn't have a Planetary at the natural, obviously.
Yeah.
So you can constantly re-Nidus that, which means Terran kind of needs to either up his defenses at his own natural, or try to, you know, regain control of that side of his base. So Solar is playing it better than last game. He's abusing the speed of his army much better. He took much better trades throughout the entire game. He's only down almost 4k resources, which is really nothing compared to the way he's been trading last game.
Yeah.
But he needs to be a little bit more open-minded about his approach as to how he can attack and where he can backstep. Even though the base is basically outmined, and it might not seem as important, it is still a position that is super annoying for Terran if he loses it.
Yeah, and even just taking out these rocks, and then the moment you can clear that up with like when the Ultra was there earlier, if you had managed to mine out these mineral fields, that is almost impossible to defend at that point for Spirit, right? Because the Zerg can just walk in there at any point. It reminds me of what is that map that we had for a little bit with the backdoor base?
I'm not sure which one.
It is
not sure which one.
It was extremely good for Terran until the secret passage got taken out. It was like a one
star something. Stargazers?
Stargazers. Yeah, it is very similar to that. Like, Zerg was always getting slaughtered on that map, but then whenever by some miracle they managed to take out these two mineral patches, it actually was very annoying for the Terran to deal with, and it seems much more so the case on this map. I'd love for Solar to actually pay some attention to that, but I guess Solar hasn't played this map that often either in this matchup, because usually it just gets vetoed.
Yeah, Solar is trying to engage now, which I can't see this engagement going well for him whatsoever, as he's running into so many tanks, so many Liberators, even somewhat of a bio-concave, so this fight was a disaster. I was about to say Spirit's army actually is not looking that good against Brutalord and Fester, because he's too ghost heavy. He's 28 ghost and he doesn't have any Thors. So going for a Brutalord transition would be the way to go. I feel like all of these ghosts being clumped up would have been nice if the Banelings actually manually detonated, but Solar also not paying attention there as he's being pushed. Solar now forced to remax on units that he kind of doesn't want to make, But Solar also Spirit overstepping very heavily on creep here, which means that the Zerglings for the first time ever are getting a good direct engagement against these ghosts. I mean, Spirit needs to make sure that he doesn't underestimate the bank that Solar has built up, because Solar hasn't been throwing away units as much as he did on Alcyone.
Yeah. Spirit is going to try and take this bottom side base. Solar here lacking some larva, actually. Despite building a lot of ultras here, still can't quite max out. Really just has a larva problem. At the same time, Spirit has a bit of a medevac problem. Look how low these ghosts are from earlier, that Baneling detonation in the natural. These ghosts are not being healed up at a high pace, because there's just a single medevac. 4 new ones are being produced. Ghost on the way out as well. But yeah, this is, it felt like Spirit got a little bit too excited there, and he pulled the trigger a bit too quick. Now has to split backwards as the Ultras are trying to fight him off creep. Solar needs to calm down a little bit as well. Both players just kind of need to get their armies together and try to find a good position. Solar believes he has found that position. He's going to start moving forward with these Ultras. That's an okay
Spirit's army is so low HP. The moment any Banelings hit there, this army is going to disappear there. As you said, there's no medevacs to save this whatsoever. These 4 Banelings can be the heroes, but good split from Spirit towards the bottom of that planetary. He boosts forward the medevacs, needs to unload that siege tank. As the Corruptors are on top of the medevacs, all these medevacs are going to go down. The SCVs are a little bit too late to repair, and this is the fight that Solar has been looking for this entire time. Spirit overextending, taking the wrong base. I don't think this was the base to take, as it is super exposed and so far away from his production. And this is the breaking point of Spirit.
Yeah, Spirit here is gonna get slaughtered. He's overstepping there once, and we see how it ends up going for him, losing almost all of his ghosts, not having enough medevacs in that army, not the ability to evacuate or just to heal up his units. It's a pretty freaking big deal. Knight is still alive as well on his opponent's natural, or I guess in Spirit's own natural. As Solar could still put a couple of links in there, could go there with the Corruptors to maybe take out that Liberator, but so far hasn't. And I don't think he is going to at this rate.
Yeah, I think Spirit will look towards trying to take the gold base now. I think he should resume marine production just in order to stay alive, as Solar smells blood in the water. He's trying to go for it. One tank is unsieged, all the rest of the tanks are unsieged as well. All of them clumped up as well, by the way. There's no ghost in order to blinding cloud this one Viper. Solar sees all of the tanks are clumped up. He goes for it, lands a blinding cloud on all of them, but all the Banelings already died to the tank fire, so this was not the best engagement for Solar here.
Yeah, it really was. It felt like that had a lot of potential, but didn't quite work out for him. 3 ultras at the same time, hitting the natural right now. That Liberator is still alive, is gonna save the 3rd base, as turrets are being taken out at a high pace. Corruptor's gonna fly over all of these Marines and Liberators. Finally, Solar was like, I'm gonna get rid of that Lib. Flying right over freaking, what is that, 20 Marines. Gonna lose him 3-4 Corruptors there. Not quite worth it, as that was an expensive little joke. Overall, resources lost in favor of Spirit. Still has mined out his bottom side base. Needs to start mining something, because he just doesn't have money, doesn't have the income, and Solar does. Solar still has a bank. This is an issue. Spirit needs a new base, and he needs it, well, yesterday.
Yeah, Solar does not only have a bank, but he also has solid mining still. He's retaking the bottom base, which is very fresh. The top base also still very fresh, so he's basically mining 3 more bases at this point than Spirit did, because he already outmined his entire gold base as well. So the trades have not been good enough for Spirit to counteract the amount of extra resources gathered from Solar throughout this game. Spirit now trying to at least try and max out before he resumes his expansion strategy. And now that he hits 190 supply, he feels like he can move forward again, but this army is not as good as it once was. It's not the 30 ghost count that we looked at before. It's only 4 siege tanks, it's only 6 Liberators. It's a lot of Hellbat, a lot of Marines. So this army is relatively weak to just masses of Banelings.
Yeah, if these Banelings get to connect, these Marines are going to be in a world of trouble. It is a large bioforce, though. 168 army supply against 135. Here comes Solar, pretty much just from a single angle. Banelings not hitting the Marines on the north quite yet, as this looks like it was an okay engagement for Spirit. Ends up losing a lot, though, and Solar can remax. So perhaps in isolation, not that bad, given what his army looked like, but in the context of the game, probably not brilliant.
Yeah, it was a victory during this fight, but yeah, he basically lost the war with it, because he lost all of his expensive units. He's trying to rebuild tanks. He only has 1 tank remaining, 2 Liberators remaining, which means just mass ultras should be the perfect response to what is left from Spirit here. He has 3 ghosts, 1 tank, and 2 liberators. Everything else is not that great against ultras. There is still even creep. If Solar decides to engage now, he can force an engagement on creep. And Spirit needs this base. He's just not mining anymore. Like, his income right now is 300 minerals per minute against a solid 2.8k of Solar. So every minute that's passing while Spirit does not have these bases saturated is great for Solar. And as long as he doesn't let these bases land, as long as he just keeps engaging, I think there's not that much that that's still can go wrong for the Zerg.
Yeah, Hallion's actually dealing a little bit of damage. I love to see it still. Spirit trying to be active, but it's just not looking that great in this game. Link's gonna take out the 3rd base. 1 goes, not enough to save it. Here comes the Ultra Army that you discussed earlier. And I do not think that Spirit is going to have enough. These 11 Marauders, these 2 ghosts, half a Liberator, half a tank, a couple of, what do you call it, parasitic bombs, Medivacs, not going to help out here. GG gets called, and Solar ties up this series. And that means that we'll be heading into a game number 3 here, Lambo. A series that has already lasted relatively long. Been playing for about an hour now. 2 27-minute games.
Yep, I'm pretty sure the entire rest of the Group B is waiting for this match to finish. And it's just Spirit sitting there, camping, and Solar, who can't finish him. So yeah, you can't really blame Solar for it. Can kind of blame Spirit for it, but he's just trying his best at winning his games. Do you know how the trigger game ended up being? Because in that case,
Hero Marine.
2-0 for Hero Marine, which means Spirit is still playing for 5th place, which is extra points and a lot of extra money as well.
Yeah.
That we cannot forget about. So Spirit, you can see that both of them are still trying their absolute hardest here.
Definitely true. As we're we're just waiting for that 3rd map. I wouldn't surprise me if we're taking a small break here just for the players, a couple of minutes, right? It's been 2 30-minute games. Not sure how strong the bladders of these guys are, but I like to go to the toilet. When I play, I think you have to visit the restroom more often, especially in tournaments. At least that's what I always feel. I feel like after every single game, I'd like to go to the restroom. Obviously, that's not allowed because I'll hold up the tournament more than Goody did back in 2012. But yeah, it's definitely, it's always difficult. Map 3 is going to be Solaris, by the way. What the heck did Spirit veto then?
Oh, he vetoed... So let's see, Equilibrium for sure, right? And then he just vetoes maps based on how hard it is to camp on them. So let's see here. He didn't veto the usual vetoes. It must have been maybe vetoed side delta. And then it has to be one more. So let's look at it from Solar's perspective.
No.
Hardlet is Solar's veto, number 1. Number 2 is Hecate from Zerg. And then the 3rd veto could be side delta, in which case Spirit would have vetoed Golden Aura. As well as Oceanborn. No, I think the Zerg veto must be Oceanborn. So I think he vetoed side delta and Golden Aura.
Okay.
Which is very odd vetoes, but for Spirit, somewhat understandable because the maps are kind of hard to camp on. Golden Aura, honestly, it's not bad for camping whatsoever. So I don't quite understand this one, but Spirit very often has this where he loses one game in a weird manner and then he doesn't like, as I said before, sometimes it's a strategy. This time it might
sometimes it's the map. Something's gonna get blamed. And it's not his own mistakes, let me tell you that. Yeah, it's an exciting little series that we have here. I'm glad we got this one. Solar versus Spirit. So we're waiting for the go signal from all the players. And we probably should also say that we're ready. Yeah. They don't wait for us. So we're always ready for some good StarCraft, aren't we, Lambo?
Always. I would never say no.
Exactly. All right. Solaris, map number 3. Is it possible that Solar looks at this and thinks to himself, you know what? I don't want to play another 30-minute game against this guy. I'm just going to do it different. I'm going to all in. I'm going to build roaches and links. And I'm going to win the game in 6 minutes. Is there a chance that this happens? Or do you say, nah, this is extremely unlikely?
There is an off chance that this happens, but I would expect Spirit to go Banshee here on this map, which would be safe against everything. If you want to go for a timing, maybe more so a mid-game timing would be something that I could see, like a 2-2 Link Bane timing, because Spirit has been cutting the extra production every single game so far. So if you want to, if you want to punish that, Spirit is not weak from minute 3 to 6. He starts having less units than usual at minutes 8 to 9. So if you want to hit a timing, it should be around that time. I'm also not entirely sure if Solar checked the build order, like if he rewind it, because it is not obvious that this was 4cc. By the time his Overseer scout hit, the 4cc has already left Spirit's main base in the last game. So I'm not entirely sure how aware he is of the exact build order that Spirit went for. He also didn't opt to try and punish CC first, but as I said, if you try to punish CC first, it's not CC first, it's a build order loss. Which means, and you have to do it blindly, so trying to do that is very scary as well.
You mentioned earlier that you're expecting Banshee on this map. Is that due to some features of the map, or just it's short, or why are we playing Banshee? Why are we expecting this?
Because Spirit is a safe player, and on short maps, in order to be safe, you kind of have to go Banshee. And even though he usually doesn't, like, you can see him being a little bit more greedy, he still tries to be safe against, at the very least, early game aggression very frequently. So the same build that as he did on Alkione, I could see him do here. He also does have some aggressive openers that also start with a Banshee. For example, one build that I gave him 4 years ago now, that he beat basically every top Korean with already, is a 48 SCV all-in. That is one that I could also see him bust out here. He likes to do that when it's in very important matches, where he just gets a 3rd CC fast, but then he gets very fast 5 racks, only one eBay, and then he goes for a very committed tank all-in.
Yeah, I've seen him play this quite a bit. Is that only with a single Banshee though, or is that still with double Banshee?
He can do it however he wants.
Okay.
It's just the idea of getting the 5th barracks up faster and cutting SV production in order to do that.
Okay, cool. Gonna have to wait and see what Spirit's plans will be here. He throws down a factory for now. Solar, for the first time in this series, not opening up with a gasless either. So he has a slightly quicker gas than before. Of course, this map is much more open. Almost impossible to defend your first 3 bases without link speed. Reaper's just gonna scout around as Spirit is playing it safe over here. We're fully expecting a 3rd CC to be built at some point in the near future. And then Spirit will have to review his tech choices to us. He cannot hide any longer, as there's no Marines here to deny this Overlord Scout. Is Solar just going to poke his head in here, see what's kicking off, and then piss off again? Is that just possible?
Yeah, that is absolutely possible, and I also think it's very likely. And I also think Spirit doesn't mind that at all, because he got away with the CC first 3cc Banshee, which is his favorite build order to do. So this is just I mean, Spirit just plays his openers without really trying to hide it in this series anyways. And he just says, I'm gonna out-macro you. I'm basically just gonna try to tank whatever you do and try to get ahead later on in the game. I'm not really trying to trick you here in the early game, so... he indeed doesn't make a Marine and try to delay his tech lab for it. Instead, he makes a tech lab, which means Solar has complete and full scouting information. And that also means that basically there is no blind counter to this build. I've talked about this the last day, yesterday when we were casting Clam, I believe. There is just no counter to this build where you get a build order win as a Zerg.
Yeah.
You can't just Nidus this. It's safe against everything. You can't play Muta, especially on a short map, because it still dies to a tank push. Or you still at the very least can get behind against a tank push, so you can't start your upgrades right away. There's no real blind counter to the build that Spirit is doing, so it's not the biggest deal that it does get scouted.
Alright. So you do see the Cloak Banshee's coming out right now. Reaper just kind of roaming around, seeing if he can get some information, maybe get something done. So far hasn't actually gotten any information or gotten anything done, so neither of these goals has been achieved. Of course, it's just nice to have a little bit of pressure on the map, just pretending that you're trying to deal damage. Sometimes it's good enough to force out a bunch of links. So far, Solar surviving with 8 links. One of the things that always strikes me when I watch Solar play is that he hardly ever loses games in the first 6 minutes. He is very good at making sure that nothing weird happens. He gets extremely high drone counts really quickly, it feels like as well. And then just holds everything off. Like the first 6 to 7 minutes, I think Solar is one of the cleanest players. Like just good macro, solid creep spread, and not really struggling at all against these rotations that Terran can do that other Zergs might just fall apart against. Like how many times have we not seen just players dying to Clem's first 6 or 8 Hellions and then the Banshee follow up? And Solar is just so freaking good against that. It's really quite impressive. As he's just going to continue droning up here, up to 65, 66 already. What drone count are we looking at usually in this particular setup?
79. I think usually you go drones to 79. With the only Zerglings that you need to make are the ones against the early Hellions. And then afterwards, 79 is 4 mineral lines saturated perfectly, plus 5 gases. This is the normal setup, at least for short maps. If he was to play Muta, it would obviously be 82 plus, because he would try to take extra gases. Not the case here. Spirit has hidden his 2 Banshees away. This is the only time he has the actual chance to deal early game damage. If the Zerg doesn't know exactly where the Banshees are coming from, tries to get 1 drone misclicks there. Damages a queen. That's about the early game damage that he got so far. Sora also pulling away the drones, but Spirit not really paying attention. This is... I mean, he's just trying to execute his build order perfectly macro-wise. He's not so much trying to find damage, because it's just the way Spirit likes to play. As he also gets supply block, so that's a bad look, because he didn't really do anything with the Banshees either.
Yeah, that's not great. Hellions very defensively set up, making sure run-bys can't happen. It's not like he's super actively trying to deny a creep. He killed a couple of tumors earlier up north. But now he's just, he's just idling near the rocks, really. He's not the most active player at the moment. 1-1 is about to finish up. Combat Shield's about to finish up. And that's when we're really expecting Spirit to start doing something, if it is that he wants to do something. Because that is still, of course, always going to be a question. It's completely possible they're just going to sit back. You're always going to move out with your Marines or your Medevacs, but these tanks, they don't necessarily need to join.
He still has the Hellions alive. I know he sometimes, if he likes to move out, it could be with everything. And then together with the Hellions, he can push even with the tanks. He does not opt to do that this time. Instead, he just plays it super passively. I have to say that one of the things that I 100% agree, I think Solar is probably the second most solid early game player after Cyril. In every matchup, actually. He's just very solid overall in the early game. But he plays it super safe with the queens, so that his creep spread actually suffers a bit. He doesn't have the queens at the front always, so his creep spread is not actually that good. Like, he's trying to take a 5th base right now, but there is no creep covering for it. A lot of transfuses used up, but no real damage being dealt here from Spirit, whereas Solar went up straight to 87 drones at this point, also going for 7 gas right away. So I would not be too surprised to see Solar opt to go for Vipers this game, actually, or rather Lurkers. Is one thing that we've seen a little bit of in the first game. But yeah, the Hydra Ling Bane Viper into the Lurkers maybe a little bit earlier this time.
Yeah, as we have Spirit coming out with a big push. This is what you were mentioning earlier, just a full-out push here. Hellbats around, tanks are all here. Spirit realizing there's not that much creep heading towards that 5th base, believes that maybe he's capable of doing something. Solar sees this, and is going to need to cancel a couple of those Banes. His Baneling count is at 17 currently. Muscular Augments completing as well. We're going to need to see one hell of a setup here in order to defeat this position, no?
I am surprised he didn't take this fight, honestly. I think Zerg would have won this fight always. This was not a good position because it was right around the speed zone. The tanks are literally in the speed zone now. Now he has a better position for one of the tanks at the very least, but the tanks are very exposed. Sora respecting Spirit a lot there. He says, I got away with the drones that I have. I can just expand towards the bottom and not care about this position. But I think if he decided to go for it, he could have, as Spirit just moves out once again with the Marines. I think this is due to him just missing some medevac production cycles and thinking that Solar will go here with everything, in which he is right. This is the correct assumption. He does get the cancel on one of the bases, but he loses a couple of tanks for it. In the main army, he even stims forward and he's trying to focus fire down the 4th base of Solar, and he's gonna get it as well. Solar completely out of position. Now he F2s everything towards here. Okay, no, he didn't. He actually left some units. He left some units back. So Solar playing it well now, but back to his original 3 bases is the Korean Zerg.
Yeah, that's not great for Solar, as Spirit's gonna add on these extra barracks as well, continue sending more Marines towards the bottom side. No 5th base possibilities that are realistic. Good snipe there. 1, 2 Banelings go down. 3rd Baneling doesn't get sniped. And as we see the pickup, 2 more Medevacs, however, are moving over 4th base, moving into position as well. We have a small little fight here on the top. There's still a tank helping out. Triple Hellbats as well, protecting that tank. Not sure if that's going to be enough. I don't think it is. 2-2 not finished here for Spirit either, as I think he might be trying to go towards the main base. Could go for a cancel on this 5th, which would obviously be nice, but could also go for a attack towards the main. There are spores in position, but can just boost past that. Solar's going to scout it just now. The boost is active. Is he gonna jump right into these spores? He's gonna try. That's a risky move here, Lambo.
That's a risky move, but I think it was forced by Solar attacking Spirit's own 4th base. He killed 7 SCVs. They forced the planetary to cancel and lift up. So Spirit felt the need to do something on the other side of the map because he saw Solar was attacking with everything. Solar actually moved across with his main army as well towards Spirit's 3rd base. So Spirit thought he had to do something, but Solar left enough at home that he's fine. He also moved back right away the moment he saw that he gets damage on the 4th base. He's like, okay, this will be enough damage. If I go home now and I don't take any damage, even on my own 4th base, I'm still mining more than you on your 3 base setup. So that's why we see this huge supply lead now from Solar. We see it reflected instantly, as Spirit never got to mine his own 4th base. He is not even on 6 gas, so he's really struggling right now, and he needs to calm down a little bit, because there's gonna be a huge wave of aggression incoming from Solar.
Yeah, even something like a lurker push right now would be super difficult here for Spirit to hold. How many tanks does he have? He has 5 tanks, which I guess is decent. The defensive positions on this map are quite okay, but if you have like 3-4 lurkers coming from this top side just above the speed zone on the 3rd base, there really isn't a whole lot holding Solar back. Are there any Vipers on the map yet? Yes, there are 3. Spirit's in serious trouble.
He is in serious trouble, and on this base he doesn't actually have a free 4th base as well, so he needs to pre-split between his 3rd and his 4th, which means Solar's strategy so far, which is to just attack the most exposed base, would go way better. I am surprised by the fact that Solar hasn't felt more, you know, he doesn't feel the need to attack yet. I think he would have just went even with the first 100 energy of the Vipers. Oh my god, the Vipers are right in front of the Marines. No one's paying attention.
Hello?
Please just... Okay, both of them realizing at the same time, so the Vipers barely get away. That was actually a scary moment for either of them, because the moment the Vipers go down, Solar cannot actually attack anymore. And yeah, I mean...
Could have been a couple of nice parasitic bombs there as well, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, these medevacs would have taken quite a beating. 3 free parasitics, just gonna go back and get some more energy. That's not gonna be necessary because he didn't cast any spells. Adaptive Talents is about to finish up. Solar now moving in towards this 3rd base with pretty much his entire army. We see SCVs being evacuated instantly. Good move there out of Spirit as the Vikings help out against the Vipers and the Vipers help out against the tanks. I think this orbital command might just end up falling, no? It's gonna be pushed back by the Marines. Marines, of course, trade well against Hydras, as the Banelings had died. There was nothing really to buffer anymore against the Marines. Felt like, you think he should have gotten over the right click now? It's too much HP, maybe?
I think he probably would have gotten away with all of his Hydras. I think it's the sensible choice here to move back the moment the buffer in front of the Hydras disappears. So yeah, I don't hate this decision from Solar, as I said, like the Terran's position gets the weaker the more he expands, and it should become easier theoretically for Solar to find good engagements. So it's important to not lose your advantage in an earlier engagement before this actually happens. The one bench is still trying to do something. The perfect amount of units split up for that one single medevac drop, which also goes down. Spirit just trying to keep Solar on his side of the map to alleviate the pressure that he's feeling from the Zerg side. As he continues to just sit home and tank, this planetary is completely done, which means it will help a little bit, but that also means that it cannot lift anymore. And I don't think Spirit is in position enough here, with enough of his army to hold this base. As the 5th base goes down, most of the SCVs get out alive though, and Lurkers once again enter the main base of Spirit.
Yeah, we'll be attacking some of these SCVs on the low ground, as well as trying to take out this production. I'd love for one Lurker to split off just to go to the mineral line in the main base. That is not quite happening yet. Tanks are moving back, Ghosts are moving back, as a double drop is distracting Solar's main army. If Solar has the clarity of mind right now to move on the map, he could probably take out one more command center pretty much for free. And even this 3rd base is extremely exposed with just a single tank defending it. Look at this. The entire army of Spirit went into the main base. There are no Hydras right now here at this command center. Otherwise, this command center would be freaking toast.
Yeah, even if there were Banelings for the Zerglings, he could have busted the planetary. This is not a good fight though. He runs into it. Is distracted himself with the Lurkers. A lot of these Zerglings go down for free, so that was not a pretty fight for Solar. At Spirit's own 4th base, he doesn't even need to be that aggressive anymore. Spirit is the one that needs to expand. His main, natural, and soon also 3rd base will be mined out, and he will just have a lot of SCVs doing a whole lot of nothing because they have nowhere to mine from. So Solar can chill a little bit. I mean, every single time he does get up the Nidus Worms and he knows Spirit is distracted, it is still good to engage, which is exactly what he's trying to do now. Only a single tank is here in range of the planetary, and it dies before it even sieges. The planetary is exposed, a lot of SCVs with it. The planetary goes down, and Solar still gets out with most of his Hydras. Great trade there for Solar.
Yeah, one Lurker still hitting the bunker, as well as the depots over on the 3rd base. Spirit in a world of trouble, cannot manage to establish his 5th base. Doesn't even really manage to establish his 4th either, as 30 more Banelings are being morphed in right now. What's the Lurker count still at? We're still at 4, as this bad boy is going to move in forward. Nidus Worm once again going down near that third base location where there just aren't enough units. If at any point Solar decides to go there with his main army, I think Spirit's going to be in a world of trouble as well. There are no sensor towers spotting any moves. There are not enough orbital commands for infinite scans either, as Spirit once more is attempting to get this 5th base up, and Solar says, no, 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 my friend. Not today. He's gonna rotate immediately towards that third. Vipers, where are you? There's a single Vipers, not with his army. And there's quite a few tanks, actually. And this rotation, defensively out of Spirit, was actually very good. It's gonna stop the 3rd base from falling, but that 5th base still ain't mining, Lambo.
Yes, in a panic state that Spirit is, I think one thing that you can do as Zerg, which is super efficient, in a hectic situation like this, is just adding Burrowed Infestors. All of the turrets have gone down. There's no detection for him. This is how he could orchestrate the finishing blow, as now he's trying to do it anyways with a decent Blinding Cloud on top of the ramp. Forces the bio units back, kills 3 tanks in the process. Spirit also not lifting the new CC, and he doesn't actually have that many extra CCs left to replace those with. He can't even max out anymore, and his mining is basically non-existent as well. He's getting severely outmined. He also doesn't have that much of a stronger army anymore. I still would favor Spirit in a direct engagement, but not by that much.
Yeah, Nidus Network trying to go up in the main base, but a tank is in position to deal with it. 3rd base has not been mining, as SCVs are gone, and well, the command center is in the air, which is probably also why the SCVs are gone. 5th base, or well, this is one of the earlier orbitals, now going to try to move over towards the 5th base tank. At the 3rd's going to get taken out, more SCVs will fall as well. Solar has taken the top base, has taken the bottom base, and is just waiting for the next engagement in which he hopefully can just straight up win the game, because Spirit just can't really remax anymore. It doesn't have income, like, whatsoever, practically.
Yeah, and even worse, 4 of his tanks, which is basically the entire army that is here, is found completely unsieged. Solar can run up the ramp even though he's clamped up a bit. It doesn't really matter because those tanks are just starting to siege up. The Blinding Cloud is casted, and GG is called. Solar takes the series 2-1, and thus advances in 2nd place in this group, whereas Spirit finishes in 6th.
Yeah, impressive little performance there out of Solar. 2nd place, not bad at all. Spirit, once again getting close to a series win, but she's going to have to be happy with that map. That means she's going to get less EPT points, as well as a little bit less money. Of course, every series is worth, is it $500 or 500 euros?
It's 500 plus the 1k extra they would have gained from surpassing Trigger. We actually have a situation which I almost never see here, where the player with a better map score finishes below the player with a worse map score, because Trigger, apart from the one series that he won against Spirit, only won a single map. And Spirit won a map against every single opponent, bar 1. So he actually took 4 maps, even though he's 0 and 5, which is
super rare.
A shame. Yeah, it's super rare. It's a shame to see. You can see how competitive he still is with all of his opponents, and that he did play well, but it just didn't click enough that he took the 2nd map out of any of the opponents in his group.
Yeah, it happens. It happens. It happens. I think we're going to go into a quick commercial break. We're hopefully going to be back ASAP. I think so, because the next group should be starting at any time. They've all been waiting for this match to finish. So quick commercial break, and then we'll be back with our next game. Alrighty, friends, welcome back to day number 3 here of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024, the final day of group stages, as our next match is going to be Stats versus Cure. And we have good news and we have bad news. We're going to start with the good news. The good news is we'll be in game number 2. The bad news is we're not in game number 1, as the group all needs to start at exactly the same time. And they made the call to start Group B already in order to kind of try and stick to the schedule, of course. If you're going to be behind schedule 30 minutes after the first set of games, then there's still the round of 12 later on today. The tournament just might go way too long, and at some point the venue needs to close. So they made this call, and as a result, we're just going to miss game number 1. We'll be kept in the loop, so we'll know what's going to be happening here. So we're waiting for Stats versus Cure.
Yep. Cure, obviously the way the group is set up right now, needs to win a single map, I believe, to guarantee his advancement, because he is basically 4 maps ahead of the players that he already has beaten. Basically, he needs to win 1 map, so he can't get out by the 3-2 map score.
Yes.
So he needs to win 1, and Stats is basically out no matter what, because, well, he's 0-4, and the second worst player is 2-2 right now, so he is actually last place no matter what. But I know Stats, he's still going to try and give it his all. He has practiced PvT a lot, and he has shown us a bunch of good PvT games, so that should be good no matter what. As I can give you a little update, it looks good for Shin in game number 1 against Oliveira. You can see that one on the main stream. And on the B stream, Bunny vs. Clem.
That one's also interesting, by the way, because if Cure beats Stats and Shin loses to Oliveira, then Cure's going to take first spot in this group.
Exactly.
So he could be out of the tournament, right?
I think he can, yeah.
Yeah, he could be out of the tournament, and he could also be first place. So it's a very important match for him. These are the matches that I like the most. You know, you're truly playing for everything still on the final day of the group stage. As Stats, yeah, he shouldn't underestimate Stats. His games weren't bad. He played well. I feel like Stats also is someone that can grow in a tournament, you know? He's someone that continues playing in between. Sad that he's out already. Because if he would have made it into the round of 12, he actually would have been a tournament favorite.
Yeah, that is how it works. So actually, I think Cure is in no matter what, because he can tie Oliveira and Bunny's map score at worst, and he has beaten both of them. So I think he's in no matter what. The only players that can get ahead of him are Shin and Clem.
Is there a possibility?
So yeah, he's playing for first, though.
Is there a possibility of like a 3-way tie and then he gets booted down somehow, or no?
Well, he beat both of them. So in a 3-way tie, he always advances, and then the winner between Bunny and Oliveira would be the next one to advance.
Yeah, lame. I love 3-way ties. I love when they have to play. Is the way that they play? How would they fix a 3-way tie here, Lembo? Is that like a little
3-way tie is best of ones between all 3 players, and the guy who wins both advances. And if it's 1-1 between all of them, they need to go again. I'm pretty sure that is how it works.
Very cool. And then you know what happens after? We get a coin toss.
Is it? Yeah. Is that the case? I have read through it once, but it basically never happens, and it's so unlikely that. How many times do they play the tiebreaker? How many times do they play the tiebreaker before they do the coin toss? Because the coin
just once.
Losing because of a coin toss is so awful. Just once, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
Best of once, that's actually pretty likely to happen. But yeah, we've never had this scenario ever in a Katowice. They also have very weird rules where having more map wins, even though it's a worse map win rate, results in you advancing, which I do not understand, and I think they should change it. I'm not sure if they already did. I actually gave that as my feedback. Because if, let's say, Cure ends up with 6-5 and Oliveira ends up with 7-6, Oliveira has a worse win rate, but he has 1 more maps, so he, for some reason, advances over Cure in that case, which I just don't understand.
Yeah, even if the internal result between them is in favor of Cure.
Actually, yeah, in that case, then Cure can still go out, because both of them could finish 7-5, which is just really stupid. Isn't that really stupid? If Cure is 6-5 and Oliveira and Bunny are 7-6, then even though Cure beat both of them, he would be out?
I think that's a wild.
I would be fuming out of this world if that ever was to happen to me. Although I think it is very unlikely, given the situation.
Technically possible. Theoretically possible.
Theoretically possible. Bunny also is winning the first game against Clem. The only issue is that Oliveira is losing the game against Shin. Not over, though, by any means as well there either.
Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it. Yeah, I always like it when these things happen, as long as I'm not involved. It's it's good. It's good to have a little bit of drama every now and again like this. I think it's good as long as you're standing on the outside of it. You're not the guy that's getting knocked out by a coin toss. We should coin toss every single game.
No, I think I would just imagine how I would feel if I was in that situation. And yeah, I don't like it.
I have no ability to empathy, Lambo, so I don't care. Guys out with a coin toss, that's funny. It's gonna be loads of memes on Reddit as well. It's gonna be a good time. I can't wait for it. So we're just waiting still for Stats versus Kier. Game 1 to finish up. We're just sitting here, hanging around a little bit. Oh, I think I just saw someone's status change in the list in the channel, but I might just be making it up. You start seeing things. You know,
Yeah.
once you truly want it, you start to believe it. What is it called when you're walking in the desert and you see? Is that a mirage?
I thought, yeah, I guess. What is Fata Morgana?
Yeah, I thought it was one of those two. I didn't know which one it was. It's one of those two. It has something to do with the reflection, right? Or is it just it's like an illusion?
Maybe it's an illusion based on also you being dehydrated and then you start seeing things because your mind goes crazy. I don't know exactly how it works. I've never been to a desert. I've never had that feeling, but I only know it from movies, basically.
Yeah, movies and comics that I used to read. You read a lot of comics growing up. You know which comic I used to... This is a very European comic. It is Asterix et Obelix. It's a French-Belgian comic. Did you read that?
Yes. They're very common here as well.
Yeah, I freaking loved it, man. Yeah. And then I think in there, at some point, they go to a desert as well. I feel like they have one. But I'm not sure if that's true. I feel like, loads of comics.
So a Fata Morgana is a complex form of superior mirage, visible in a narrow band right above the horizon.
A complex form of superior mirage.
Yep.
Here you are with your mediocre mirages. I had a full Fata Morgana, my friend.
A full one. I have the full experience. Please don't
superior.
talk to me.
Sit down with your minor mirage over there. Back to school, son. No shot. Yeah. Good old mirage. I wonder if it's actually that common, though. It feels like one of these things that people just make up. It doesn't really happen. It's like how the Australians pretend that the koalas attack you. You know, like the drop bear stuff. It's like I feel like it's one of those things. Like if you're in the desert for long, you're gonna see a superior mirage. It's like, no one really believes it, I think.
No one believes it.
No.
The Australians just make up all their animals. No wonder they have such a wide variety of animals that are nowhere else to be seen.
Yeah, it's not dangerous at all. It's dangerous. There's lots of Australians around. That's the only reason. No way. You know that, right? They always say there's like an animal called the drop bear, and it attacks.
Yeah.
It falls from the. What tree is the koala in again? What's that called? Palm trees? Yeah. They eat the eucalyptus.
Eucalyptus is called in German.
Yeah,
so eucalyptus,
the
I guess,
leaf.
in English.
Yeah. Terrible for your digestive system, I think. Except apparently if you're a koala. These animals are not that bright. Isn't that the
Don't you
reason why
drink
they also
that tea
sleep
if you
so
have,
long?
I think I have this if I have coughs, like the eucalyptus serum, no?
I don't
If
know.
you have a throat ache.
I never have throat aches. I only have superior mirages. Full on Fata Morgana again yesterday. It was crazy. Absolutely no way. Nah. Yeah, I think I've seen it before though. But you also have the aloe drinks.
Aloe vera.
Yeah, aloe vera drinks.
Yeah.
You can always see them. They always look very bad because it's like murky water basically. It doesn't look so good. My old economics teacher would always have these drinks on his desk. Were you an apple juice drinker growing up?
Not really, no.
I can tell you why. It's because in Germany they give you apple juice with bubbles in it.
No, it's called different.
Oh, really?
We have two different words. You can put anything with carbonated water, and it's called Schorle at the end in German.
Ah.
You can even put wine with carbonated water. It's called Weinschorle.
Okay. Well, I remember when I went to Germany and I got the Apfelsaft, And then they put the bubbles in. I wasn't happy, man. I freaking hate bubbles so much, man. This is not my kind. Actually, it was in Austria when I would go skiing. Eine Apfelsaft bitte. And they give me my apple juice and freaking bubbles in there. But anyway, if you're drinking apple juice, and you know, sometimes when they give you, if you go to have a drink at like a coffee place or something, they give you like a little cookie with it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you first eat the cookie and then drink the apple juice, you get like this weird texture in the apple juice. It's kind of floating around in there because it's like the food remains that float around. And that is to me what the aloe vera drinks always looked like. So whenever I looked at it, I always looked disgusted because the thought of that, it just kind of disgusts me altogether. Oh my God, Stats is up 1-0 against Cure.
Oh, that's actually huge. And Bunny is winning game 1 against Clem. The only issue is that Oliveira already lost, so Clem can't get eliminated anymore. Because he would have needed to win 2-0. But that's still big for the outcome of first place, because Oliveira still can come back against Shun, obviously.
Yeah.
And also, we really like Stats.
Yeah. Please tell me they did not start game 2 without us as well.
No, they're still here. That would be crazy.
Ladies
I
and
also
gentlemen.
think they started it. You saw when the other observers left the lobby, it was like 2 seconds before Spirit typed GG. I'm pretty sure that's when they started the other
Really?
game.
Did you have without us?
Yeah, they could have just waited for 3 minutes.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. All right.
Unbelievable.
I'm glad to be in here. We got him. Oof. Stats versus Cure. 1-0 in favor of Stats. Second map is going to be Oceanborn. I have no clue what happened. But I'm sure it was extremely exciting. And I heard that Stats played very well. So let's just keep that in the back of our minds. We probably should go. Yeah, there we go. We're all ready. All set up.
I actually asked my man Cosmos, the Brazilian caster, if he can give me a quick rundown. I'm not sure if he can do it within 10 seconds.
Ask him at second 8 of the countdown.
I asked him before the countdown, but the countdown started right away. It's unfortunate timing.
Very unfortunate timing indeed. As we have now loaded in, there we go, to Oceanborn with in the top left spawning as our red Protoss player. It is Stats.
And his opponent in the bottom right, representing Team Liquid, already moving out across the map with one of his SCVs. It is Cure.
Yes, EPT rank 5, 2,515 points. Oh, he's gonna do one of them fancy proxies. You know, I've been a long-time hater of the fancy proxies. These actually, no, this is a fine location. I thought he was gonna build it further away. Is he playing 2-Rex proxy?
Is this Marauder then, or is it?
Yeah. Oh no. This build I like. You know that there was a period where Cure played this every single time on the same map, and I can't recall the map name now all of a sudden. And he would do it legitimately every single game. And he also continuously beats max packs with this build, by the way. Like, just again and again and again. They would play like 5 times in less than 2 weeks, and Cure would just be proxy 2-Rex Maraudering. He also beat me with this build last year at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, knocking me down to the loser bracket.
Oh damn, Cure was an open bracket player last year. That's unfortunate to have a new open bracket. My apologies for that. As Stats scouts, he sees there's no barracks in the wall. Did not scout too much for proxies, so he would not have scouted it anyways, because usually you just check the very close locations. Cure even proxying the second depot. You see, do you think Stats can count SCVs and know what's up here?
I mean he can count gas and SCVs. Yeah, if he doesn't figure it out now, he doesn't deserve to win. This is so bad for Stats. Oh no. So what happened here is that Stats waited a little bit to check the gases, and as a result, he started his second pylon on the high ground, which is the correct play. Stats did the correct play against the Proxy Reaper, but against Proxy Marauder, you want your batteries in front, not in the far back. This is actually really annoying, because now you can't really cover your Stalker plus Zealot while bunkers are going up. The moment Cure realizes this, he should just be building a bunker here. I don't understand why he isn't. He's building an extra SCV instead? This is a huge mistake.
He just thinks it's not necessary. He's trying to maximize his income there with the extra SCV started, also starting the extra Marauders up. Now he does start the bunker. And he also gets the focus fire on top of the Stalker. The Stalker will not escape. That is a bad start for Stats, who loses the first Stalker without any damage almost on the Marauders. Even clips the second Stalker. Cure can't overstep there. Good probe movement from Stats. Will catch one of the Marauders, barely, with the last Stalker shot. The first battery is done. The second one will also be done on low ground. Even starts the third one. 2 Stalkers and a Zealot will be up soon. And he will have the access to battery overcharge within 2 energy. So he can start engaging this.
Yeah, the problem here is that the bunker is not really supposed to go up. That is like one of the requirements of winning, is that there's no bunker here. Because I don't actually think you're ever capable of breaking a bunker. I appreciate your enthusiasm for the super battery, but I don't think it's quite gonna cut it here, Lambo. The Marauder count is just gonna continue rising. The problem is that you're actually just being outproduced for a very long time as well, because it's 2 barracks versus just a single gate. There's no follow-up tag, so even with 2 super batteries at this point, it would be hard. It's gonna just focus fire through the super battery. I think that might have almost been a mistake here, as I'm pretty sure that was a mistake.
Almost, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it really just doesn't matter. There's not enough production. There was no Stargate behind this, no quick robotics facility. Batteries on the high ground, batteries were too late. Cure is going to pick up game number 2 here and tie up this series.
I'm very surprised that Stats didn't just at least try to go the moment his super battery was off cooldown. Instead, he like lost another Stalker and a Zealot before popping it. And then tried to fight. Because as you said, you do get outproduced. There was nothing that was going to help him a little bit later down the line. So I thought the best course of action there was to wait until you have 1 Zealot, 3 Stalkers. Try to bust it with the initial super battery, tanking a little bit, and then going maybe with all of the probes at the natural. And yeah, I actually have an update now from Cosmos, who told me Stats won a macro match, defended well all of Cure's harass. So just playing a good defensive style, which sounds very exciting to me, and also it might explain why Cure went for this strategy in game number 2.
Yeah, but although Cure also just likes this strategy, you know, you can't. This guy's a proxy maraudering beast. He just doesn't lose much with it. There are a couple of ways that make it easier. So one thing you can do against this particular build, if you scout it very early, is you can just not get anything on the low ground, and you just get a straight Stargate battery on the high ground, no Nexus, nothing, and you play 1 base Void Ray. Really, really good against this build. Even if the Terran scouts it and gets like Marines, it's an absolute mess for the Terran player. An absolute mess, I tell you. Another thing you're actually supposed to do is have 2 batteries done the moment the concussive shell ends up finishing. Because if you just have 1, they can actually target down the battery. So you need 2 of these batteries in order to deal with it. But yeah, Stats' first battery was simply too late. If you lose the first Stalker like that and your batteries are on the high ground and you don't have tech behind it, it sucks. I think one of the most common responses is just double battery, Zealot, Stalker, skip Warp Gate and go for a Stargate. And once you have a Void Ray out, the game is over. You win it. So you're basically putting your opponent on a huge timer. If you decide to go for, well, like a 3 gateway defense, then often an SCV pool can still kill you as well, which obviously sucks.
Very interesting. As we see Cure leave once again with the SCV. This is just an eBay block though, isn't it?
Yeah, I reckon this is just an eBay blocker. This could actually be one of them fancy proxies, which I don't like. Like a proxy on the zone side of the map. These never do anything. They're just not very good. I don't appreciate those.
Well, good for you then that Cure is not doing those fancy proxies, as he is just going for the eBay block, and Stats probe is. Oh my god, he barely clipped the SCV there with his vision, which is very important because he can now right away pull the probes. It is not as fast. It's not the fastest reaction ever, but
it's fine.
It's still good enough. Yeah, it's still good enough. He will get down this eBay quick enough to... Oh my god, he needs to keep that SCV from building that eBay further though.
Yeah, it's gonna do this. This is fine. This is absolutely fine. Just get 1 more extra SCV or 1 more extra probe and it's gonna just work out perfectly. Even like this is going to work. It's going to be floating a bit of cash. Yeah, this is how it usually goes. If you scout it this fast, 4 probes is the absolute perfect amount there. This has been the one thing that has honestly, I'm not sure if surprise me is the correct word, but Stats, all of his responses to like the weird little tricks or the weird moves have been extremely textbook. Like they've just been correct pretty much. So he has all of that mapped out already. And then it makes you wonder, like, what is it that he lacks right now that he used to have before he went to the military? And the only thing that makes sense there is, I guess, a certain level of diversity in his playstyle. And second, maybe partially mechanics.
Yeah, I don't think it's partially mechanics. I think it's mostly mechanics. It is also the more you play StarCraft, the more obvious things come to you. The more you have time for other things. Like speed comes not only by pure speed, but also by having automatic responses without thinking about it. So you can focus on the smaller things, making smaller plays, always being positioned, having better army splits, all that sort of stuff, which I count towards the mechanical side of StarCraft, which I think he is lacking a little bit still. But that is something that fixes over time with just playing a lot. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. You can still see that he understands the game very well, which is the most important, because that is something that is difficult to practice. Whereas the mechanical side, which we know he was very good at, he was one of the best macro pros ever, he can still regain that.
Yeah, for sure. Twilight Council here on the way. It's about to finish up as we're once again going into that triple Stalker double gate robo style that he has been playing a lot in this matchup. I'm expecting he did the same thing in game number 1. Then going into either a slightly faster third if he believes he can get away with it, or just those fast 4 gases and then the 2 base Templar archive, something he's also been doing. Cure is following this up with, what actually is this gonna be? It's like a single Cyclone drop, or like a Cyclone Hellion attack with like a Marine drop, or just a straight up attack into his opponent's natural. I think build order wise, I'm pretty okay with this if I'm stats.
Yeah, definitely. The only scouting he always gets is with the delayed probe scouts. He saw that it was gas first, CC on the low ground, he saw the factory was finished and the barracks was on the reactor, so he knows approximately what the options of Cure are in this game, as Cure has decided to load up all of his Marines and go towards the main base. But Stats should have the perfect response for this, because the battery with just the Stalker at the natural and the wall off to deny the Cyclone and the Hellion, whereas the 4 Stalkers in the main is basically the perfect response against what Cure is throwing at him.
Beautiful. Legitimately beautiful defense here. Very, very solid hold. Just not a bad word about this early game. Not a single bad word can be said about this early game. Blink is going to get Chrono Boost. He is playing a 4-gate Blink, by the way, so we're expecting a Prism as a follow-up. We have a tank here, as well as a Raven coming out of Cure. It's important for Cure to do 2 things. 1, probably want to add a second bunker on the low ground, and 2, continue siege tank production. These are the 2 main things that I really care about if I'm Cure right now. Raven is going to make its way across the map. This is viable, this is okay, I can live with it. In a way, I also wouldn't mind if this Marine drop goes back home. It feels kind of risky to have 7 Marines on the other side of the map when you're only going to be defending with a single tank initially. On the other hand, it could also deal some damage on the other side of the map. But we have that battery going up in the main base. So Stats is well prepared for counter harass. We get an aggressive scan. If there is a warp in available, which I don't think there is, then that would be great. Oh, there is. 2 Stalkers gonna warp in, super battery, pull the probes. You should be fine. Pulling the probes is very necessary though. It's not gonna happen. At the same time, Stalker blinking towards the main. Tank is in position there. This was not a great defense at home here for Stats, who was slow with that probe pull. If you probe pull and use the super battery with 2 Stalkers, you should be fine against that amount of Marines. He didn't go for it in time though. Now he needs to deal serious damage on the other side here with his Stalkers, and so far isn't doing that quite yet. Tanks in good positions, pickups are okay, but not quite brilliant either. Marine count is practically non-existent as the auto turret harass continues as well. Medevac drop is gonna get cleaned up, but I mean, he needs so much more than this, and he's lacking gas to warp in all of the Stalkers that he wants to. How is Stats going to get back into this game? He needs to clear tanks, he needs to deal damage.
Yeah, he needs to do something on the other side of the map. He lost 7 workers to just the Raven in his own natural, and this is what I was talking about. Everything so far, like his early game defense, his defense in general is super tight, but then the moment the mechanics start to show, the multitasking, he slipped up a little bit. The Stalker micro at the front wasn't perfect, also the target priority wasn't perfect. The tanks at some point were very exposed, he decided not to go for it as Cure sieged forward. And at the same time at home, the defense wasn't perfect whatsoever as well. Losing 13 workers there was unnecessary. As you said, the only thing Cure could do was focus fire down the battery. So in that time where Cure focused down the battery, he had to pull the workers. He didn't do it. That's a good blink. Out of range of all of the tanks. The one tank in Cure's main is now re-sieging. Cure forced to pull some SCVs.
Yeah, that's gonna blink. Oh, it's gonna get the kill there on that siege tank, as the Marauder's also being targeted down. SCV's being pulled off the line. The tank from the main base indeed is moving down.
Yeah, I mean that was a good trade for Stats, but he needed something even better. He needs to go once again, as the auto turret is denying all of his mining at his own natural. Cure now scanning for the observer. He realizes there is no observer left here. So I think Stats just needs to go again. He's gonna try to blink forward, focus down the tank, and then blink back with a War Prism.
Yeah, problem being, of course, is that Stim is finishing up in 6 seconds, and that's greatly going to increase the damage output that these Marines are going to have. Tank shot, yeah, this is not going to be it. Stim does go down right now. So many SCVs still alive, all being pulled off the line as well. This ramp now is secured. Cure can just move back home with a high ground tank. Should probably start his combat shield at some point, as he has the cash available. +1 is about to finish up as well. And Stats is just in such a rough spot here.
Yeah, he's trying to blink towards the top, but even that is not a good move, because the Stim Marines do have enough damage output to kill these Stalkers before they can blink out again. Cure now almost doubling Stats' supply. And GG is called. Cure takes them up and thus advances out of this group, potentially even in first place, if Oliveira was to beat Shin.
Yeah, of course, depending on what is going to be happening there. As what is the overall score right now there? Do we know?
It is 1-0 for Shin, and Oliveira is right now in between his bases, all inning. So there is a good chance that Shin is dead here, I believe. So in that case, it would be 1-1. Actually, there's no matter. I can almost do a radio cast for those that are not quick enough to tune into the other Twitch stream. Shin actually manages to clear it up, and he has 78 workers. So I think Shin will win, which means Shin will advance in first place, no matter what. And then Clem versus Bunny will be for advancing, and Bunny is up 1-0 there right now.
So
it could very, very well be that the winner of the most recent DreamHack tournament goes out in the group stage here.
Yes, Clem struggling here, Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. That's going to be it for us temporarily, though, as we'll be back with our next match in Group C. I believe that's going to be Australia Skillers, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we actually have the best game there. It's the game for advancing. So
don't say it too loud, because they might yoink it still.
No. They tweeted it already. It's not... Can't take it away from us now. I'm very excited about this next one, because both Astrea and Skillus can still get third place. Basically, Skillus needs to win 2-0, and then he can actually overtake Astrea. And neither of them can get first or second, but it's a very important match coming up next year.
Yes, for sure. All right, we'll be running some ads. We'll be back after this break. Hello, my dear friends, and welcome back to the final day of the group stages here over at Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. We just witnessed greatness as Clam took out Bunny, despite a very poor-looking game number 2, if it hadn't been for that combat shield skip. Lambo, what are your thoughts?
My thoughts and my praise are with Bunny because he will be devastated once he finds out that he forgot combat shields and lost the game because of it. Almost undoubtedly, because that was so close and he was even winning at some points. Without that combat shields, that I have no doubts in my mind that if he actually got the upgrade, he would have won the game. Either way, it's, I think, from a neutral perspective, from a neutral observer perspective, who just wants to have the best games, I think it's cool to see Clem go through because he has the potential to beat anyone in this entire tournament. And I like Clem myself, so I'm happy for him. It was a very exciting games. Casted on the B stream there. It's very fun to watch.
Yeah, I would agree. However, up next, we have a matchup that is significantly better than the previous one. It's the last one that you guys probably just saw was a TVT. Now we have the greatest mirror matchup in the entire world, which is Protoss versus Protoss. Some people have even said that it is by far their favorite matchup overall. Now, I don't think I would go that far, but I do believe that it is the number one mirror matchup. And what a banger of a series it's going to be. Skilless versus Astrea. Astrea doesn't play by the rules. Skilless is the guy who wrote the rule book. So this is going to be the law man versus the law breaker. And it's also very important, Lambo.
It is very important. As Cyril and Bian both are 4-0, Firefly is out at 1-3 and a -4 map score, who already lost to Astrea, so he cannot overtake Astrea anymore. Kelazur is 0-4. Skillus is 1-3 in the group, and Astrea is 2-2. And if Skillus wins 2-0, he has a better map score than Astrea, and both of them finish 2-3. So Skillus can actually advance with a -1 overall map score and 2-3, which is very uncommon. So he actually still has his own fate in his own hands. And that is something that you don't want to let go. And I'm sure he has good builds prepared for this, as every single game is a must-win for him at this point in Austria. Out of the next 2 games that he has to play, he has to win 1 in order to advance.
Yeah, completely true. I'm looking forward to this, because the thing with Australia is, you know how people sometimes call something creative or different, or, you know, they look at a Haas game and they're like, oh, this is very creative. And in reality, it's just the guy cheesing, sometimes in a mediocre way, a little bit inefficient. But when I watch Australia, he is the pro gamers creative person. You know, if you actually want to see someone that I think a lot of pro gamers look at, like this guy, he actually thinks of things and really tries to, like, he can play on meta, but he also has some extremely off meta builds. He just does things completely different from everyone else. He thinks about the game in a different way, while still being capable of playing very standard, and very often leading to more standard situations as well, where I think some of the cheesier guys that we've had in the past, they kind of need to stay in the cheese mode or be very far ahead in order to be good in macro. Australia can kind of transition from an insane game into a very normal game and make that transition seem seamless pretty much. And we've seen this in his PvP, we've seen it in his PvT. There's every matchup, he has some wild things, completely capable of playing standard, but also capable of throwing a wrench into the plans of the other dude. So I'm really curious if we're going to see any of that. And I'm also just stoked to see how Skillis is going to respond to that. Does he want to kind of give the lead in this series to Australia, or is Skillis just going to sit back? He's going to, you know, absorb a couple of the punches and then try to strike back with beautiful precision.
Yeah, I think in general, preparing for Australia in these tournaments is very hard, because he actually makes new builds himself as well, very similar to how Spirit approaches the preparation for these big tournaments sometimes. In ZVP, he has a couple of builds that he brings back all the time throughout the year. But in these very important tournaments, he actually comes up with completely new stuff. So I wonder if Skillus approaches this in a way where he says, okay, you probably have something prepared. Let me be the first one to set the tone of the series and do something to catch you off guard. Or does he rather try to respect what Australia can do? Obviously, for him, every single match, the moment he loses one, he's out. So he might be more passive because of it, try to respond more to what Australia is throwing at him. It really depends on the way Skillus is wired in these types of situations. And I don't think he's been here many times. I don't think he's qualified for Katowice many times either. So this is very, very important for him, as it would be for everyone. But even for him, I think for Skillus, it would be definitely the first time that he makes top 12. I'm not sure if it's even the first time he's in, maybe second time he's top 24 in Katowice. It's a huge moment for him.
Yeah, for sure. And it's a moment that Australia can completely ruin by just taking a single map out of the next two, as you mentioned. Yeah, if I'm Skillis, which I'm not, because I'm sitting here, he's sitting there, I would say take control. You don't want Australia to be the guy that decides the pace of the game, because it's not going to end very well for you. Once you get caught in his hurricane of garbage, you're not getting out, okay? Australia knows how to navigate it, and it's going to be the first time you've ever been in there. Australia knows every nook and cranny. That's not where you want to be going. So I say start with something just a little bit different, a little bit flashy, putting a bit more pressure than usual on there, or just starting with an actual proxy as well. It doesn't necessarily need to be all in, but I think just opening up with some standard Stalker into Sentry, or Stalker into Twilight, I think it would be a blunder. I actually think it would be a mistake here to do that against Australia. I think what you want to be doing is at least putting a little bit of pressure, maybe like a 4-Stalker opener, or opening up with a Stargate to get the potential of dealing damage or counterattacking with it, or just going with a straight up proxy. In my mind, these are very good options against someone that plays in a weird way, because Australia is going to have the most preparation against the standard. And if he has something new, like, you have limited time on your hands, right? And if you're going to be playing something that's kind of wacky, most of the time you're going to be playing against more standard openers. And so that's also where Australia is going to be most comfortable. That's where he has his build order and his follow-ups most fleshed out. And yeah, Skillis probably you want to change that. You put something in there. And Skillis has shown that he has some stuff prepared as well. Of course, in the series against Serral, he had 2 very interesting builds that I personally hadn't quite seen before. The second build worked out. The first build technically could have worked out, but didn't. Of course, he still ended up losing 0-2 because Serral's a god. But yeah, I'm hopeful here that Skillas has something special for Australia.
Yeah, I think the moment you have this prepared, it doesn't actually matter anymore that you're 2-2 and this is for advancement, or rather 1-3 in this case, and it's still for advancement. I don't think you change your plans because they had weeks to prepare beforehand. He probably looked at Australia considerably, like not just yesterday, not just when he knew what the scoreline is already, and at that point, all you need is to have the balls to just go through with it, and not listen to the voice that is. Let's say he's proxy roboing, and then you're thinking, okay, but what if he does the one blind counter to it? And then I'm just out of the tournament. It's important to push these things aside and go with what you originally had planned. I think that generally is a good approach. In these scenarios.
Yeah. And also there's no blind counters to proxy robo, so no need to worry, buddy. This build beats everything right there. Just build it on the other side of the map, get these immortals out, pump your way to victory. Yeah, and Australia, on the other hand, is one of the players that we often reference as one of the guys that doesn't really seem to get very nervous at all. Seems to always be capable of sticking with his plan, and has just a wide variety, a big diversity of builds here. So we're just waiting for the go sign over here. All matches need to start at the exact same time whenever a new group starts. So right now we're in Group C, and all of these matches need to start at boom, right on the dot, the same point, and we're just going to be waiting for that. Our players are ready, so we're probably either waiting for the A stream or for some players in a different game that just needed a slightly, I don't know, maybe have some issues. I don't know what it is. I think
they always want to
break.
start. Yeah, they always want to start all 3 games at the exact same time. Yeah. So you can't theoretically look at the other thing and then think, okay, my match is not that important anymore, but now I can kick out the other guy by losing. So then I'm going to lose on purpose, which I can guarantee you that hasn't happened here, and I'm pretty sure they don't even have the other streams open. So I don't really think that's too big of an issue. But for the integrity of the tournament, every step is taken, of course. And yeah, I think Astrea is one of the guys that he always says that he tries to play to maximize his fun, the fun he's having. And if you approach a tournament series like that, where you still try to have fun, your nerves might be a little bit lower. But I can't imagine even Astrea doesn't get nervous.
No, I think this is
because I'm not buying into this myself. I've tried to do it myself, telling myself, okay, come on, it's not that important. But in reality, I really, really, really care. I've practiced a ton for this, so I really want to win, and then I'm also nervous. So in the moment, if he actually gets that mindset for real, which I don't buy, I don't buy 100%, then that would help him. But it would also be a huge accomplishment for him. Top 12 in the world. I don't think if you just list a row of players, not everybody has Astrea in there. I don't think Astrea ever made the Katowice playoffs himself. So could be wrong on that as well. But yeah,
I feel like he made top 12 once, but yeah, it's either way, it's a huge accomplishment.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. As we have had the countdown just now. We're in the loading screen already. First map's going to be Oceanborn, between indeed these two beautiful players. Let's just straight hop into it. In the bottom right here, spawning is our red Protoss player, playing for Team Liquid. It is Skillas.
And his opponent in the top left, spawning in the blue, not walling. It is Astrea, representing Match Renew Esports.
Oh, Maxwell the Angel. That's such a beautiful name. Holy crap.
Yeah, great name.
That's actually such a Maxwell. Oh, no. Yeah, this is one of the things that Astrea actually likes to do. He likes to not wall. And I don't entirely know what the reason is for it. Well, I think I know what the reason is. In case he's being proxied, there's not as many valuable structures in the wall, I guess, which he technically could still do as well otherwise, but pish posh, it is what it is. And he's going to put the second pylon in the wall most of the time. I've also seen him play games, by the way, where he proxies both of his first 2 gateways and then just plays a standard 2-gate opener anyway. So it's like a fake proxy in a way. I've also seen him proxy a single gateway, and I followed up with a proxy Stargate. He did that to me recently. He just has a very large variety of builds. Skillas here went for a scout, making sure that his opponent didn't go for a 1-gate expansion. I love this play, and is now actually gonna proxy. This is well prepared, because Astrea is someone that absolutely adores these 1-gate expansions as well, likes to throw them in, and he plays it very different from someone like MaxPax. When MaxPax plays a 1-gate expansion, Lambo, MaxPax is trying to cover every angle. He's like, okay, there's 10 builds that could be going on right now. I want to make sure that I beat every single one of these builds. Australia looks at these same 10 builds and then says, if I beat 6 out of 10, that's a good percentage win rate for me. I'm happy with that. So he's gonna hard counter certain builds way harder and just instantly die against some others. And he's okay with that. So he's a really scary dude to play against, a scary dude to kind of prepare against as well when it comes to that type of 1-gate play where versus MaxPax that feels a little bit easier. You can abuse that more. But Australia, not the case. So I like that Skillers went for that scout here early on. We have Australia with a straight Stargate, double Adept as well coming out right now. So he's gonna use the Adepts to scout. He built the 3rd pylon in the wall here too, as it's just a fake pylon proxy coming out of Skillas. Australia's entire plan was just not to scout, I guess, or not just scout for proxies. It's a wild move.
Yeah, I mean, Australia has 1 lifeline to play with. Ooh. So, well, he misses the probe there with that up. That up saw it, but I guess it was not A-moved. So, the 2 adepts of Australia now meet the 1 adept of Skillus. Thankfully, the Shade was already on the way and doesn't catch the 1 adept of Skillus. But overall, I have to say I like it a little bit more for Australia. Skillus didn't go in for the scout. He got to put down the Stargate right away. Also gets to shoot at the adept. Oh no, the adept gets in, so the adept from Skillus can get the scout now. That's also huge.
That's actually a pretty big
deal.
deal.
Oh, doesn't get it?
It's gonna just get a kill. Sees the lack of a Nexus, sees the lack of unit 5 and 6. Just barely missing the tech though is a little bit frustrating. He's gonna throw down a robotics facility, which is the only building here that, well, actually, that it was either gonna be a Robo or a Twilight Council. And a Twilight Council would have been the correct call, a Robo the incorrect one. This is still not necessarily bad for Skillus because he's up 5 workers and he just managed to block his opponent's build. Come on, scout the Stargate for the love of God. Oh my God, he didn't get it.
Go to the right? Yeah. Oh no, he knew once you see the 2 pilots at the front and the 1 pilot, you know the tech has to be there at the left. He already saw the other side, so that's a blunder from Skillus. As he does see though that there is an attempt at an expansion, and yeah, the Phoenix will need to actually put quite some work in here for Australia in order to even this game out, because the Nexus is already done for Skillus. So Australia decides to warp in 2 extra adepts and now go on the offensive himself together with the Stalkers, the adepts, and the Phoenix.
Yeah, and Skillus doesn't feel entirely secure, right? He's building a battery. He's kind of in between. He's not sure what it is. He's like, oh, I believe this is Stargate because he cancelled his Robo, then went Twilight. But it could also be DT, so he still wants his Robo. He's not really chroning a lot of probes because if he had known what this was, he would have been chroning probes for the past 35, 40 seconds. And that would have been an absolutely huge deal. I still believe he should continue chroning probes on both bases. That's what he's doing. He's actually not producing anything in the main right now. This is a huge blunder here. Absolutely massive blunder. No worker production in the main base. At the same time, the adepts are coming forward, but it feels like Skill has dealt more damage to himself there than Australia dealt to him. An entire chrono boost without workers. That is painful. That is 3 workers that you're missing.
Yeah, he also did lose 9, so he did. As Australia also did his part.
Yeah.
And now Australia is left with 5 Phoenix on the map, but Australia's actual army is a single Stalker. He just now started the Immortal and there's no battery on the low ground. So the moment Skillus moves out, which happened a couple of seconds ago, Australia is in real danger of losing stuff at his own natural. Blink is not that far away from being done. And there is still no pylon at the natural. So no shield battery is forward or can be built forward. He now recalls the Stalker that was on the map just in order to defend.
Yeah.
And now he managed to get 3 Stalkers together with the Immortal. That should be enough. But you can poke at the Nexus without any unit being in range of the ship battery. First Stalker gets picked off. Oh, he goes super far in, which means the Phoenix can lift units in range of the battery. So that's a big mistake from Skillus.
Yeah, that Immortal timing was so freaking unfortunate there for our Team Liquid Protoss player, as now an Oracle is being built behind this. Australia's in a god-awful position still. Yeah. His Nexus was so late. He is cutting workers right now as well, or has been cutting workers for a little. He's once again down 6. He's going to be down a base, and his composition is legitimately bad. It is not different. It's just, well, it is also different, but it's also just bad. This is not a good composition. The moment charge is out, this falls off the freaking map. This whatever it is that Australia is doing right now. He's going to need to play some serious turtling in order to get something done. Skillus with a nice movement downstairs. He's gambling on this is where the Phoenix are going to go. Will be capable of getting 2 Phoenixes if he blinks correctly. Gets whoa. Oh, missed target.
Yeah, mistargeted the Phoenix. He had an idea because he saw the direction the Phoenix left the base with his observer on Astrea side of the map, so he had a good idea. And now he even went for a second observer to always keep track of the Phoenix. The fake proxy pylon also really helps at this stage to secure map vision together with a new pylon that is also on the map on the top right hand side. So Skillus is a good defensive setup, gets one of the Phoenix, should get a second one. Oh, Astrea taking the perfect path there, abusing the little pillar in the middle of Oceanborn that denied the high ground vision from Skillus. But yeah, Skillus is so far ahead. Astrea needs to already pull up a miracle basically here, come back into this.
Yeah, maybe even more than just a miracle. Maybe a superior miracle is what he needs right now, as we're gonna get the +1 about to finish up as well. Astrea coming in with the Oracle. That is an expensive Oracle. Usually Oracles, they serve a lot of different purposes. They allow you to skip the robotics facility, they can deal damage, they force Stalkers at home. That is mainly true before Blink is done and before your third base is going up. Right now, this investment for Astrea just wasn't really worth it. He put 300 resources into a unit that got a single worker kill. He already had a Robo, so he didn't get to skip that either. This was a bad investment for him. He wanted to get something done with it, didn't get anything done. Skillus is seeing all of this, by the way. That DT warp in just got spotted, so Skillus is going to be super aware as to what is kicking off right now. He just knows everything. He knows everything. He's ahead, has better upgrades, better eco, better army. Yeah, better army. As long as Skillus doesn't attack into a super battery, I don't think there's any way he can lose a fight.
Yeah, I think Astrea was just hoping to come back with Skillus attacking him, somehow defending, and then making some counter damage happen. Because he skipped the Forge himself. He's going DT Blink. He's trying to pull all the tricks from the book of Protoss Bull Crap. Yeah, this attack is not good from Skillus though, because the Phoenix can always lift a couple of Stalkers, which means a lot of Stalkers are sacked. He has good focus fire here on the Phoenix, but this is an unnecessary engagement. Into the Immortals, bad misclick there as well to the high ground as he lost the vision. This was completely unnecessary from Skillus. He's still in a very good spot, but I mean that was not pretty.
That was the worst possible fight that he took there, absolutely. Does get the snipe here right now on that one Immortal. Is still up an entire upgrade, soon to be 2 upgrades. Has more gateways as well, so it's not really going to matter very much. Don't forget that Skillus is still ahead in every single metric that we can imagine. Eco, upgrades, army. Well, that's pretty much all there is to it, isn't it? He also has map control. He has better map vision. He's just really freaking far ahead. And Astrea is trying to kind of just turtle up here by building a couple extra batteries. Try to get a cannon there, but yeah. And Skillus is going to blink in forward. Takes out that battery that was green. And now is going to warp in a couple more Stalkers. Should just win the game here straight up. And that means that Skillus is going to be 1 game away from qualifying for the round of 12 for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
This is so unbelievably hype. We're about to see a best of 1 PvP to see who advances out of the group. And there's a good chance that this is not only your third, but for Skillus this is your third or your 5th. So this is a huge difference in terms of prize money.
Prize money, EPT points.
EPT points, everything is so important. It's a best of 1 PvP. With 2 players that are very similarly skilled, it can't really get more hype than this.
Just for the prize money, Lambo. Can we give an indication? Top 12 is what? That's 10k?
That's 10k, yeah.
Ooh.
Top 20, I believe, is 4k.
Yeah.
So that is 6,000 at least. They can still also win. Like if they win, it's 20k. If they just win 1 more match, so.
Yeah. And they could even win the tournament then. And then all of a sudden, that gap is like it's huge. It's like 140,000. That's a huge difference, Lambo.
Yeah, I mean, if they win 2 matches, they get 40k. They're also qualified for the World Cup or World Championship, rather. So
yeah. It just keeps going. You know, they get bigger sponsor deals. Practically a millionaire if you win this one best of 1. It's crazy. Mark Cuban is now your best friend. Shaq comes by in the weekends. He barbecues with you. Oh my god, this is the most important best of 1 of their lives. And it is being played on Alcyone. PvP. The series is not over yet after this. Don't forget. Well, it might be. If Skillus wins, it is actually over. But it could still go on. But Skillus is already out of the tournament at that point. So, yeah, this is such an important gamer for both of these guys.
Yeah, I mean the series is basically over after this.
Yeah.
I don't think the last map. Like, if you just get eliminated from the tournament, I don't think Skillers will feel too wide about the last one. This is, by all means, it's a best of one on this map right now.
Definitely true. Definitely true. And we're seeing no workers out on the map yet for Australia. He's not proxying nothing yet. He's actually sending his probe to his ramp. He's gonna wall at the ramp like a normie. Okay.
Like a Norman.
What?
Unbelievable. Oh, I just picked a different word for normie.
Okay. Let's have a look. I liked what Skillers did last game, by the way. I appreciated his build order pick. I would love it if he does the exact same thing again. So, Gateway Scout into just still proxying. I think that would be a good call. He's gonna take away some of these minerals.
Yeah, so you do this because the opponent can check and see with the probe AI, if you just move commands there, if the opponent mined the minerals. So there's way more options for potentially proxy locations, which means if he goes for the fake proxy, it's going to be a lot harder for us to try to find out. He went for 15 gate, by the way, Skillos. Is that on purpose, or was that just a mistake based on the nerves?
15 gate?
Yeah, he made the gate before the extra probe.
It could be because he wants a proxy to hit really hard.
But his core is later than STRS. I think.
Yeah, I think he might just be nervous. Yeah. Sometimes you do this if you play like a third gate proxy, where the warp gate timing actually matters quite a bit. Like that's, you know, you can have a slightly faster warp in by like 1 or 2 seconds, which is nice. It's like not a super game changing, but it's still nice nonetheless. Both players here with a no, Australia. I'm not sure if this is a fake proxy or a real proxy. It could be either. It could be one of them late proxies. It's also fashionable these days under the new tosses. Back in my day, we didn't do this. You either fake proxied or you're real proxied, not this in-between garbage that all these zoomers are putting out these days. Look at this. Like, he's gonna move back. This is...
This is a very late proxy Stargate.
Yeah.
Usually, the entire point of proxying the Stargate is that you can make it right away without it being scouted. This is not the case now. Now he basically has a delayed Stargate on the map, so it's also exposed. And it's exposed for scouting and Skillos searches for the proxy locations. He actually lets the probe go inside the main base.
Good call. I think he should have done that immediately.
Yeah.
Because I think you really want to show your opponent that there's no tech in your main base, and also that these adepts, that they finished exactly at a normal timing. Because then this proxy actually makes some sense. Because right now this feels so much like basically a fake proxy. If I'm Skillos here, Skillos is still going to scout, but I'm not sure if many others would have done that. Skillos though, he's smart. He says, hey, I know Australia is a tricky player. I want to figure out what this dude's up to. He's going to shade on forward. He's going to see the nexus, or well, the lack of a nexus. Oh my god, this Stalker just barely not getting it. Look at Skillos' vision, what he has seen and what he isn't seeing. That is so crazy.
That is crazy. I mean, he's blocking the 2 adapts now, and he will get at least one of these adapts, I think, before the recall will be done. Never mind, he didn't follow the shade. So Australia ended up getting one of the probes. Skillos also forces a cancel there. The Oracle will now enter Skillos' main base. There is a shield battery in position, though. Skillos also has one adept that killed 2 probes on Australia's side and somehow stayed alive, and Australia forgot about it, which is just crazy to me. So that's very annoying for him. The stasis ward goes down, catches 2 probes actually, so 1 more than you're supposed to lose there in terms of mining. But overall, decent defense from Skillos.
Yeah, Skillos has a lot of gas, by the way. Is also should be a little bit afraid of getting supply blocked here. Yeah, he's forgetting his pylon. Mechanics are a little bit sloppy here on the side of Skillos. He's up 6 workers though. This position, once again, is just a good position for Skillos. Both players had to delay their nexus, which actually is nice for the Blink player. Like, especially if you have a higher work count. This nexus is still faster, but it's fairly delayed. Just have to basically defend a single base, and that is very doable with 3 Stalkers right now. You're not so afraid of like double adapting your natural either. You can keep everything in a single base, even try to take a bit of map control with 2 more Stalkers. Robotics facility gets built instantly. Skillos is a little bit afraid. Like, this is a crazy timing for a robotics facility against a double Oracle opener. But it's gonna work! It's a Dark Shrine.
It's a Dark Shrine. I mean, that robo will be done in time. More than in time for this.
4 observers and a prism.
Can make two worthless and still have detection by the time the DTs will be
Gonna go
warped
for
in
a
the slow
Colossus
pilot.
drop. He'll hit before. Oh no.
Oh, he catches the two adapts. Honestly, this is looking really rough for Astrea. Nothing has worked out so far. He's now killing a couple of workers. This is the best base that he could have attacked because the two stalkers went out and chased the adept, so that's nice. He's evening up the worker counts. It's not over by any means. His nexus was way later, and he still has two oracles on the map, which forces Skillus to always leave some stuff at home. So it's not like Skillus can just move across the map because he has way more stalkers and kill him. Because he's up 6 stalkers right now, so it's considerable. But now actually that he chased back the oracles, he saw where the oracles went. He trusts himself to move out with everything. The stalkers at the top followed them all the way back. He's gonna catch this adept as well, isn't he?
Yes, he really is going to catch that adept. That's another free unit here. There is a battery done, though, defensively. And at the same time, a DT run by could still deal damage if there are no units at home. Don't forget that. Yes, there is detection. That doesn't mean Skillus has a defense. These two DTs actually have the potential to change the outcome here of this game, of this series, of who makes it to the round of 12. Super Battery gets activated. Blink not quite done yet. Observer on the side of Skillus is not staying at home as the two DTs make their way over. Second Observer is there, is gonna spot it. Stalker warping defensively. He's gonna be capable of dealing with this. This is a huge defense here for Skillus, who's just gonna take care just of the defense first. Stop the attack here for a little bit, just to make sure that DTs can't sneak by. I think this second DT might still get caught by the returning ops. No, not quite the case. As it does manage to escape towards the watchtower. That was a very, very tense moment. Skillus building double observers there completely saved him.
Yeah, and he is going for double forge as well behind it. Skillus had so many small victories that now reflect in the stalker count that he thinks, okay, I can get away with just starting double forge upgrades and then get further ahead this way. Later down the line, his third nexus once again is faster as well. He did stop pro production, so he's not that far ahead anymore in economy. Probably will be by the time Astrea's third nexus is done though. And it's looking good for the Russian.
I'm really surprised by the double forge. And then I was even more surprised by the cannon before any extra gateways. Like, I'm almost certain that Skillus thought that he already threw down gateway 3 and 4, because that is really kind of pushing it. Or he felt super comfortable in his stalker count and just in his general setup. But that's a difficult read to make in a game as chaotic as this one. So if that is the case, then kudos to him for being capable of reading that. It's going to walk straight into a stasis. This should trigger a base trade-ish vibe. No.
Oh, he blinked forward to the DT and the stalkers catch Skillus stalkers. The first good trade in a while here for Astrea. That was really good. The stalkers still completely exposed. Gets the observer as well. Great trade here from Astrea. This is exactly what he needs to get back into the game. Skillus actually cancelling the second forge. Now still doesn't have enough stalkers here. The stalkers are caught so far away from the base. Another stasis ward being placed here in front of Skillus' third base. And that evened out the position a little bit. Oh my god, he walks into the next one, which means go time for Astrea. He has more active stalkers than Skillus. He knows he's behind, so he's still afraid. Even though he just got a bunch of stalkers and 5 extra stalkers on top of it are frozen. But he blinks forward on top of Skillus' stalkers. Good blink back there from Skillus. So Astrea being a little bit overeager there. He needs to watch out now because I guess he's trying to bait into the next stasis ward. If it worked twice, what are the chances? Skillus just walks into the third one as well.
Nah, he's not going to fall for that trick. He cancelled his second forge, by the way. I didn't notice that earlier, but he did end up cancelling that just to be a little bit safer. Oracle's now coming back at a weird angle. Astrea needs to be careful because that is really one of the only things that's keeping him alive in this game. The fact that there's stasis wards everywhere, that you have good vision with the revelations, that's definitely helping our American Protoss players, who has a lot of cash in the bank, by the way. He's getting a fort base, still floating about 1,200 minerals, massively supply blocked here.
Yeah, massively supplied, not anymore. Skillus a bunch of stalkers in the center, blinked forward to catch one stalker. Skillus saw that, knew that the stalkers couldn't retreat, blinked forward to take a good trade towards the end of it. Skillus once again, his fort base is faster, his upgrades are still faster. He's still very much so ahead in this game. He also has a lot of stack defense already. Yeah, I mean, I like Skillus' position overall. He also has a War Prism out on the map. But Astrea, with these stasis wards and with the good stalker trades, evening it out a little bit at least. Giving himself a fighting chance here.
Yeah, for sure. Skillus is wanting to hit a timing here. There's no battery yet on this low ground. Astrea a little bit out of position. No stasis wards either. Skillus blinks forward. He's feeling it. He wants to get into that round of 12, and he is so darn close right now. His +2 is going to finish much quicker as well. Has more gateways for reinforcements. No static defense available. Concave a little bit better for Skillers on top of that. And I think this base is going to fall. Australia will need to give it up if he wants to remain in this game.
Yeah, he's supply blocked right now, so he can't even start any extra units. One Immortal in production, but that will not be out in time to save him here. And now we're looking at a 4-base Skillers against a 3-base Australia, who was completely out of position here. And he's now also just not on the unit counts anymore. To be competitive with Skillers, he's down 10 Stalkers. At this point, 16 Stalkers less than what Skillers has on the map. And Skillers' Stalkers even have an upgrade advantage. Once again, he's trying to blink towards the left, trying to maybe catch the War Prism. Oh man, this is some really scary moments for Australia here.
Yeah, better upgrades for Skillers. Skillers taking his gold base, the 5th base here, before Australia can even secure his own 4th. And the only thing that Australia can reasonably do at this point is cannon up on 3 bases and try to go into a Robo-Boy. I think taking a 4th base at this point is almost naive in a way. There's no way you can hold that. You've been getting outmined. You're gonna keep getting outmined. You have probably gonna get worse production than your opponent. You have worse upgrades. Stalker versus Stalker fight should be practically impossible at this point.
Yeah, he added 1 Immortal in. I think he's still gonna try. He has so many resources in the bank. He just can't spend his money. He can't keep up with Skillers right now, who's going for the Zealot run by. He at least picked off the War Prism of Skillers, Australia that is. So maybe now he's gonna try to do that. He's on 6 gas. I'm very surprised to not see the Robo-Bay. Yeah. Because, I mean, that is the most standard way of coming back. But even if he goes for the Robo-Bay, Skillers is on 5 bases with a gold base. He can just start his own Robo-Bay and then play from there. It's just a nightmare here for Australia on Al-Sayoni.
Yeah, I mean, this game, it should never be possible for Australia to take a 4th base before he maxes out. Unless Skillers seriously messes up, it should just not be possible. He's going to be down in upgrades once +3 finishes. He should be down in army count this entire time as well. I'm actually, yeah, I was going to say I'm surprised that we haven't seen any extra gateways yet, but here they come. 4 more gateways coming out of Skillers right here. Skillers also has vision with these observers, has a Zealot on every base that Australia could potentially take, as the income is going to start leaning very heavily into Skillers' favor the moment that gold base starts fully mining, and that's what's happening right now. Australia is going to be camping here on those 3 bases, just sitting back, relaxing, stasis wards. Look at that! Look at that observer, by the way. Okay, yeah, it's going to get spotted there. I was like, that's a bit over-eager, I think. And this is perhaps the point where Australia wants to finally expand towards a 4th, but without a better unit composition or a different unit composition, how is he planning on taking good fights? I don't quite understand it, Lambo.
Probably just taking good fights with static defense, defensive engagements where he has a good concave. Is his plan right now? That's a blink forward from Skillers, which I don't like because Australia Stalkers have not yet blinked, which means he can still avoid a lot of Skillers' shots, whereas most of Skillers' Stalkers are forced to engage. I wish Australia would fan out his Stalkers a little bit more so he would get a little bit of a better concave. As this fight so far went pretty well for Australia. Obviously any trade that Skillers can get is good for him because he's just out-mining Australia by so much, but I think it would be better to maybe rotate around towards the bottom side and try to attack that 4th base. As he spotted it now that it is going up, sending a couple of Zealots there to deny it while also engaging at the same time into the Stalkers of Australia. This is exactly what I wanted to see from Australia. Good concave now. It's very difficult for Skillers to engage into this, and this is how Australia wants to come back. Just take good defensive engagements, hope for your opponent to throw instead of trying to make something happen yourself.
Yeah, he still has that Blink DT availability as well, so maybe once he gets a little bit of cash, can do something with that. Australia's actually going to hold his 4th base, which is kind of scary here for Skillers, where it felt like Skillers had a lot of room to just kill these outside bases. Now, if this one goes up, Australia might have somewhat of a reasonable path back into this game. He's still going to be down in upgrade. He's still going to be down in income, but it's not like Skillers is on 85 workers. Now, Skillers is a relatively low worker count, as these Zealots are going to get cleaned up by the Stalkers. Eventually, the superior concave defensively, as well as the added-in help of the batteries, definitely helping out Australia a bunch. That is a wild blink forward. Holy crap.
Yeah, wild blink forward from Skillers. I don't like these blink forwards. He's blinking into a concave and cannot micro back his Stalkers. I can't state how many shots of Skillers are wasted because Australia's Stalkers can still blink back, whereas Skillers loses the opportunity the moment he blinks forward. Skillers just tries to make it happen right here, right now, but Australia has a good defensive position and he even has a super battery here. the Zealots basically don't participate in the fight. The Zealots now finally go forward. Skillus once again blinking forward. Astrea with a lot of Stalkers on move command here, which is very bad for him. Finally, the concave of Astrea is somewhat broken, as Skillus is starting to trade a little bit better. The Zealots also now finally connecting with Astrea's army. The shield batteries are out of energy. The one armor upgrade helping out a lot. Some Stalkers of Skillus though distracted at the natural of Astrea.
Yeah, the Stalker count is fairly even at this point, but the ability to reproduce this army is much bigger here for Skillus than it is for Astrea. These extra gateways helping out 16 versus 8. Much better income here as well for our Liquid Protoss player, who seems to be slowly but surely inching towards that round of 12. Astrea still staying in, losing 20 workers here. Fort base still not mining. A couple of Zealots are being sent over there right now. But even this main fight is going to be a struggle. Batteries ran out of energy. No super battery available. And losing that concave is enough for Skillus to win with a 2-0 score. And as a result, manages to get into the round of 12 of Intel Extreme Masters Katowice.
Damn. What a game by Skillus. Very clean from start to finish. He just took very small advantages and they add up over time. Astrea just kept losing a couple of units. He lost 2 probes to the Adept, and he lost another probe to just a random Stalker move out, and he lost the Adept in the middle of the map, and all of a sudden it was almost unrecoverable. He relied on Skillus to make mistakes. The way Skillus approached the last fight actually made it a little bit scary, because even though he had a lot more stuff to work with, he did take some bad engagements there, but it was not quite bad enough for Astrea to come back there. And Skillus is the one lucky guy here in this Katowice, which it happens like basically one person a year advances with a 2-3 score line, not even a positive map score. But since Cyril and Bjan destroyed everybody else in their group, he will indeed advance and make, I would say, a minor upset for most viewers happen, as I think Astrea is a little bit more known to play at this stage.
Yeah, for sure. Big performance here coming out of Skillus. And once again, with good preparation. I liked what he showed build order-wise. I like what he showed executionally. He was, I think, a little bit nervous at times, for a good reason as well. This was a very big moment, but he managed to take it home. Astrea is going to be knocked out of the tournament. And I think that pretty much concludes Group C for us, right? Who won between Cyril and Beyond, by the way?
Cyril won 2-0, so he did not drop a map yet.
Oh, 10-0. That is a nutty score once again. Cyril, banger after banger after banger. So yeah, out of Group C, we have Cyril in first place, Beyond in second, and Skillus going through in third, as you mentioned, with a negative overall match score as well as a negative map score. And that means that we're going to be heading into Group D, the group of death, where we're still competing for third place. We're still competing for first place. A lot of things can happen here, Lambo. And we're going to be back right after this commercial break.
run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa, got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning, whole crowd loud on their feet and we going, going, no, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going, going,
Hello friends and welcome back to day 3 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. This is the final match of the group stages before we'll head into the round of 12, which by the way is also going to be played today all over on the A stream. This is going to be our last hooray here, I just called you Harstem, Lambo. Lambo. The last match that we get to do. And what else could it be than Science C stream versus Rainer?
Yeah. I've loved watching Cyan play so far. He's shown some great games. Sadly, he's eliminated, but he still can get 4th place. They can still get 4th, 5th, or 6th, depending on the outcome of Showtime versus Hero and the outcome of this match. Definitely, whoever wins the series is ahead of the other, so it's at least a $1,500 swing. Could be even more, depending on the other outcome of the series on the mainstream. And
also, we shouldn't forget, of course, the EPT points that you do win, counting towards the combined standings, could be important both for Cyan as well as for Rainer, of course, as Rainer isn't naturally qualified for the esports world championship.
Yet, yes. He still obviously has Dallas, and he's pretty far up in the combined standings list, but these points help a lot. And he is not really a player that plays the Open Cups as well, so definitely an important one.
We might need to start grinding those ESL Open Cups, give a little bit of opposition to Clem and Max Packs on these Monday nights. But for now, Cyan versus Rainer, starting on Alcyone. Interesting first map. I'd be surprised, okay? I'm going to be honest. I'd be surprised if Cyan actually manages to win this. I know that both of them currently have only a single series win, so they practically performed the exact same throughout this tournament. But I still believe, this might be a bit of a hot take, that Rainer is the better player than Cyan.
That is not a hot take. That is a very cold take, because that's the take that everybody, I'm pretty sure, has.
Really?
Aside from
I've been hearing a lot of
we've made
signals
on the C stream. Yeah, maybe some of the C stream fans, the C stream connoisseurs, if you want, might favor Cyan here. But I think the normal take is that Rainer might still be a little favored in this.
Just a little bit, like not a lot, just a tiny bit favored. You know, if these guys play and it's a 2-1 in favor of Rainer, I wouldn't go like, wow, that's a crazy upset. Although Cyan has played some phenomenal games so far. I'm looking forward to see what he has planned. You know, if I was Rainer, you know what I would do here? I'd start with a 12 pool. Just to set the pace of the show.
Set the pace of the show, get a loss out of the way, and then go from there.
No, he's got his... Okay, I think there's a 95% chance that Cyan's going to open up with a no scout in the first game.
A 95% chance, you say?
95.
All right, so if I would tell you I'm going to give you a bet 8-1.
That would be a really good bet if I were a betting man, which of course I am not.
Which you're not,
No.
of course not.
But if I were a betting man, I think these would be phenomenal odds to take. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Actually, I think you might be getting scammed a little bit there. This is 8-1. Ooh, not sure if I'd want to bet on this. So far, every single first game of the series, Cyan has opened up with a no scout. He opened up with a Nexus first no scout. But what Zerg did he play? Was it against Dark? Yeah, it was against Dark.
It was against Dark.
Yeah, beautiful. Oh, that was a series as well, man. Freaking Cyan. He might not be winning this group, but he's won my heart over the past 3 days, Lambo.
Understandably so. He showed us some fantastic games so far. But Cyan is quite smart. I mean, you say he went for a no-scout game 1 every time. He just played a single series against Turk. So if he does that the last time in game 1, what's the chance he's going to go for a block this time in game 1?
None.
He's a smart
5%.
cookie.
I just gave you the odds, Lambo.
Well,
Short of memory.
I understand. I understand that you told me 5%, but I find these odds very unrealistic. Let's see.
Yeah, we'll see who's going to be right, who's going to be wrong. We're still waiting for something or someone. I think both of our players are actually ready, right? Or Cyan
Waiting for the
hasn't said
mainstream. It has to always start at the same time. So
yeah. Okay, so we're just waiting for the Classic B or A stream. All right. Now, if you were Rainer, because you apparently don't believe in the Cyan no scout in the first game, what would you do?
I would just play normal. I know they played in Atlanta, in the premium bracket, in the I don't know what the bracket's actually called. Everybody knows what I say with the premium bracket. I think those games were actually quite close. They went quite late, and Rainer went for lurkers. Cyan just stayed on ground and took some good engagements, but in the end got a little bit out-multitasked by Rainer. So I think just going for something like that, straight up and solid, would be good. I know, though, that Rainer is someone that is mainly looking at this, where he wants to win the tournament. Now that he's out, I could see him going for some pool first with a proxy hatch, some shenanigans. Like I wouldn't even be surprised to see a 12 pool here. I think Rainer can do basically whatever. But if I'm in Rainer's shoes, I would just play macro because I would think that I'm the favorite here.
Yeah.
You know, he's practiced so much for this, and he knows he doesn't get to show it anymore. I do want to go out with showing everybody still that I got it, you know. I want to at least get 4th place. I don't want to get last here.
Yeah. And what a way to show it as well against Cyan in the final match. The man who has made the biggest upset so far in this tournament, as we have hit the countdown. We're about to load into our first map. I am very curious. Wonder if my 95% is going to be correct. There's only one way to find out.
Now, if your 95% is correct, it's still not...
Could be a freak event. Could be a freak event. Yeah. Absolute freak occurrence over here. Completely possible. Before we get there, though, in the top right spawning of Alcyone, sporting the red collar, playing for Team Basilisk, it is the man, the myth, the legend, Rainer.
And his opponent, playing for Mystery Gaming, it is the Chinese Protoss player, Cyan.
Beautiful purple sweater over here. And he unexpected probe scout here. I don't think a lot of people saw that coming at all.
Aside from me, yes. And everybody in the chat. But not you, that's for sure. Not you.
I'm shocked. In utter disbelief at this moment. As he's going for... I mean, out of all maps to scout on, Alcyone has to be the single worst one as well.
Because the Zerg can take a gold base. I'm not entirely sure that is true. Ratu said would be the worst because you can't block, even a 16 edge.
Okay, yeah, that's true. So the second single worst one.
What about Equilibrium? I guess on Equilibrium you can block the gold base, so that's better.
True.
Yeah. I would go with second worst one. It's still not that bad though. Like the gold base on this map is not as good as it is on other maps. It's also 15 hatch, by the way, for some reason. So it's a very late gas for Rainer, which surprises me because did Cyan go into the main and saw both geysers? He did, right? Yeah, he did. So if Cyan sees this, you can just rally stalkers across the map or adapt. Doesn't really matter. But you can just keep rallying them across the map, and it's going to be very difficult to hold the gold base.
Yeah.
I think you could reactively have made a second gateway at the watchtower and just rallied stalkers there. I'm not quite sure how Rainer would have defended it. He would have needed to make spine crawlers, and it's very uncomfortable.
Yeah. The moment you start building spine crawlers before the 3-minute mark, it either means you're winning really hard or you're losing really hard.
Yeah.
Most of the time losing. So we have a probe. It is hiding. Look at this. I think it's going to be a proxy gate, no? Twilight Council, cheeky little 6-gate glaives, 5-gate glaives, 4-gate glaives, just glaives. This feels glavy to me, Lambo.
It's glavy to me. What if he puts a robo there? That says immortal enemy from the bottom right.
Freak event.
that would have been crazy. It's not happening though, because the Twilight is already on the way. He's running out the first adept You think just a proxy pylon for weapons, or you're thinking a dark shrine?
I'm thinking a gateway. And if he adds a dark shrine on top of it, he... Oh, did you see that adept move? Freaking ring around the rosy over there. Poof, straight back. He knows exactly what he wants in life. And that's not having an adept across the map. How did this queen get so damaged, by the way? What did I miss?
The Lynx attacked the queen. I didn't see it happen, but it must have been. There's no other explanation for it, because why would the drones attack something?
That's the third freak event here in this game. This game is unbelievable, Lambo. Historians are gonna study this particular game. It's one of the most unlikely events in history.
Now, for all the choices that I love from Science so far, DT against gases is not one of them. Because it doesn't punish the late speed. It also doesn't really punish a gold base whatsoever. It just hopes for the fact that your opponent messes up his sport color timing. Now, we know that Cyril likes to play with his knee protectors on. And Reynor is not really that kind of a player, but I feel like against Cyan, if he gets away with a gold base, you see no Oracle, you see nothing happening, a Spore, at least at the gold base, would be an obvious choice here, I would think.
He's gotta follow it up with glaives as well. This is the opposite of what you usually see.
Yeah.
You know what still could happen though, is that the Lynx and Queens are on the wrong side. So DTs run in, they snipe the Spore. Reynor actually scouting for a proxy gate, but forgets to scout everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be
two
what?
adepts get caught. That is bad. It's gonna be 3 DTs, right?
4, huh?
How is it 4 DTs? With the he just warped in 1 adept. He also doesn't have gas. You need over 400 gas to warp in 4 DTs.
That's true.
So it would be white if he somehow... That would be the next freak event, if he was somehow warped in 4 DTs with 300 gas.
That would be a phenomenal play here out of sight. I think we'd have to inform the referee at that point.
Yeah, I think that's a bit too much. As he does warp in the 3 adepts at the pylon, he actually lets the shade finish. Reynor is going to try to cancel the base. He's now getting distracted by the adepts. The T warp, you need to go after the sport crawler. He realizes now there is 1 transfuse here. The drones start fighting. This sport crawler will go down. The second sport crawler is very far away. It's in the main base, the second sport crawler. So this hatchery is almost certainly forfeit. It's only 2 DTs though. 1 has to go after extra sport crawlers, no?
I think so. Maybe he can just right-click it and be fine.
Maybe this is even better, actually. Yeah. This is enough damage output for Cyan to cancel the space. At the same time, he's trying to defend with DTs on his side of the map. His Nexus most certainly will need to get cancelled, but at the very least, he's back to 2 base against 2 base, which usually favors Protoss.
Yeah. He's also going to be up to 2 workers. DTs managed to escape as well. Where did that extra Spore go? Did it go back into the natural? Yeah. There's a new Spore in the main as well. It wouldn't surprise me if Cyan tries to run by in towards the main base. There's nothing here at all to defend, by the way. Just a Queen. This could be minus 6, 7 drones. Could also be minus 2 DTs. Yeah.
Yeah, it's minus 2 drones, minus 1 DT. The 3 DTs need to watch out that they don't get surrounded randomly by Zerglings. Obviously, the lair is not done yet, but it's done pretty soon. So he needs to watch out that he doesn't get caught in between Reynor's bases, because for now this is a safe space, but in 30 seconds from now an overseer will be done. And it won't be so safe anymore here for Cyan, who has not started a blink transition or anything like that so far, and he has warped in 4 extra adepts at the proxy gate, which is a cool move if it works out. I guess he will wait to see if Reynor moves out and then tries to counterattack with the adepts. But I think for now, I would really like to see him just warp and stalk it. Okay, these adepts are just completely forfeit. That was a bad shade. No way around that. And he's warping in 5 more adepts, which puzzles me because he had the economic lead. He sees his opponent has roaches. Why does he warp in adepts instead of stalkers?
These are all fair questions that I don't entirely have the answer for. He's also going to try to give up a couple of his DTs. Succeed as he loses 1. 3 will stay alive for now, though. As the Roach speed is getting closer and closer to finishing. Overseer still chasing. Some debatable movement here out of the units from Cyan. We'll need to recall these DTs, no?
Well, he's trying to distract the Roaches right now for the next Adept wave, which I'm fairly certain Reynor did not see coming. As Reynor has even out the economy once more and is a little bit ahead because he made a gold base, the Adepts just try to come towards Reynor's economy line. He kills 8 workers already. Good focus fire here on the Adepts, shades out. a bunch of these adepts should escape. It kills 14 workers. Just needs to make sure he doesn't die at home. I am so surprised to not see Blink research. I am just so surprised. Why is he making extra icons? I guess he wants to play Charged Immortal, but I really think he just needs to survive. And the best thing to survive against Red Chevalier is Stalkers.
Yeah, and Immortals.
I
like Immortals.
Yeah, no, Immortals definitely, but the Archons instead of the Stalkers are highly questionable. I also think he needs a War Prism to give the Immortals, their blink. Raynor is Queen Walking. Raynor is fully all-inning, but he has a big army supply advantage right now. Cyan just threw away a lot of units, and he still has a bunch of adepts on the other side of the map, which means at home he only has a couple of units. Now those are very big units, but he's fighting away from the shield battery. The first Archon goes down immediately, the second Archon falls. Shield battery overcharge now popped, even though Raynor didn't even mean to commit yet. The Queens are not even here yet. And now he's warping in another Archon. I don't think Archons are the choice here. Raynor engages as the shield battery overcharge expires. Cyan tries to kite back with his Immortals, also tries to kite back with the Immortal at his natural, but I think it's a basic numbers game, as Raynor also dealt with the adepts on his side of the map while only losing 4 workers. And yeah, Cyan is struggling to stay alive here.
Yeah, I think he's dead. He just doesn't have the units here. He continued taking gases. He's now warping in some Stalkers. These Stalkers don't have Blink quite yet. There also was no charge here, by the way. We have a lot of cash in the bank. 7 gateways have finished, but there's nothing remaining. This is a very odd game indeed. Raynor's gonna take it, but that wasn't very convincing at all whatsoever, Lambo.
It wasn't convincing. Cyan was in a good position. I don't understand why he warped in extra adepts. And then they kind of dealt damage and it was okay, but then he warped in Archons to defend the Roach All-In, which it always should have been Stalkers. Even without Blink.
Yeah.
It's like, even if his plan initially was to go Charge Shot, Archon, Immortal, the moment you see, okay, I kill a lot of workers, my opponent is gonna all-in me, you don't go 6 gas and you warp in Archons. It's just not the response.
Yeah, I'm baffled by that as well. I don't quite understand. He saw that it was roaches as well. It's not like he thought it was a mass Ling composition. He saw the upgrade on the roach. He saw there was many of them. And Archons are just not very good at defending this type of stuff. Stalkers, much superior. Or even sentries there would have been great to have. Could have used maybe 1 or 2 DTs for some counter-attack damage. Maybe 1 at home in case you snipe an observer. Yeah, I think a lot of things defensively could have been done better. Perhaps Cyan didn't believe that it was going to be an attack. Perhaps Cyan really thought that he was setting up for this massive, long macro game in which Raynor was still going to, at some point, transition into Ravager Ling Bane. But even that scenario sounds unrealistic, because if Raynor's ever going to play a macro game, it's definitely going to be with a range-based composition, right? There's no way you're surviving with Banelings here. You're going to need to go into Lurkers. And that is also practically unplayable, so I don't know.
Yeah, I think the moment... I mean, it's just the obvious choice for Raynor to go for the all-in because he loses workers, but Cyan gave up his army to do so. So what is Raynor left with? A war's economy, but an army supply lead. So he tries to salvage the situation with an attack, with using the one advantage that he has. So it was a very natural response from Raynor after the things that unfolded. But yeah, Cyan just not reading into it properly. It's once again, with these Chinese Protoss players, they have really good ideas. They have good builds. It always starts nicely, and then there's one thing that is a little bit weird. Sometimes on the mechanical side, sometimes it's army movement. And in this case, it was a weird decision and a couple too many adepts that were sacked for free. That costs them in the end, but the initial idea actually works very well for them, quite frequently here.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. Cyan has impressed me with his creativity in these games so far. Let's see if he has something else to show us, as this was a 13 pylon scout going to block his opponent's natural once more. Raynor already starting his 17th drone, and is going to have to expand towards the 3rd base location.
Now, it has to be mentioned that Cyan already would have been up 1-0 if Raynor listened and actually 12-foot to your advice. And now if he 12-foot again, because what is the chance that Cyan goes for a scout again? It's 5% times 5%.
No, but the second game is a classic Cyan scouting moment, so this wouldn't have surprised me.
Oh, because he did it in the past. I thought the obvious one would be if he scouts in first, he doesn't in the second.
No. He sticks to what he knows. He actually wanted to no scout in the first game. He messed it up.
Ah, he accidentally scouted.
Yeah, his habits are too strong. Such good, strong habits. He always wants to scout. As he's gonna do his standard scouting pattern. You mentioned it yesterday, I think it was, where he'll block his opponent's natural, go back home, build the Nexus Cybercore, and then scout again with the same probe to maybe try and block a third base, make sure there's no type of Ling run by happening very early on. There's not some type of weird all-in. Just a little bit of added safety here. And just following this probe's journey back all across Heartland.
Yep. Tries to force out links. If you just go back home, you obviously save the minerals as well, and then you stay at home. But you force 0 Zerglings, so you get more drones out early for the Zerg, and that is definitely not worth it. It's definitely better to stay across the map than with the probe to force out at least 1 pair of links. That's an entire drone that you basically killed for a little bit in the early game. So it's nice for him to go back here, force out 1 pair of links, which is exactly what we see, and Cyan going for a very standard Stargate opener this time around.
Yeah, very standard. Wonder what his follow-up is gonna be. We're now just scouting. That's not really a follow-up. He's just gathering intel. He's gathering loads of it, my friend. Look at that. He's gonna see the third base go down as well. I'll send this probe back home. First adept is making its way across the map. It's gonna hit the far left side. Is he gonna let that shade finish? That's a wild shade. Right onto the creep. Poof! Hello, here I am. And Raynor was very ready for that. So that's quite a bit of a hull damage, or at least shield damage being given to that adept. Second adept is going to show up as well. And perhaps they're going to shade in together once more, whether that's going to be the main or towards the third base. I don't know. Either way, Raynor is well prepared, with a total of 10 links across the 2 bases.
Yeah, I mean, if you force 10 links, that's already good for the adept. Oh my god, he's engaging here. That is crazy. I think if Raynor took the top path instead of going towards the bottom of the... towards his minerals, basically, I think he could have caught one of the adepts. So Cyan playing with fire there, because Raynor is playing it extremely safe. So even though he didn't kill anything, forcing out 10 links, I think it results in an even early game, basically. It's no advantage given to either player. Cyan going Oracle into Void Ray, which you like, right?
Yeah. I think it's good. I think it's a powerful setup. It's sometimes dangerous, though, if you can't get your Nexus up in time. But if you can get your Nexus up in time, it's one of the builds that I definitely do like. Oracle dealt 1 worker damage. He's now going to try to snipe a drone that is in one of them cocoons. It's not quite going to work, so just wasted a bunch of energy. Adept's in a good spot. Raynor not quite splitting these links. He's going to take slightly more losses than maybe he should have had he done that, but doesn't actually want to take out that second adept. Pretty decent trade there for our Zerg players. The Overlord sees everything. Where the heck did this Void Ray go? Just straight across the map. He's going to take out an Overlord, maybe even 2.
Maybe in 2, he misses this one. Okay, no, he pays attention. He will snipe this one. Overlord is like extremely fast to Void Rays. And he's scouted for the other Void Rays with the Oracle. So, the other Oracle, sorry. The other Overlords he scouted for with his own Oracle. There we go. As there is one more very exposed Overlord. It's the one he's searching for right now. He should be able to get that even with the charge of the Void Ray being on cooldown.
So that is 3 Overlords here that have gone down, as the Stalker also cleared the Overlord in the main base. I really like that overall sequence. This is triple Stargate unit. It's gonna go into Forge plus Twilight. Oh, needs to be so careful. Can't afford to lose that Void Ray. That's an expensive unit, my dear friend. As the natural is pretty exposed here. If the Oracle were to fly into the natural, there's only a single Spore there. And no Queens. Could have definitely gotten 1 or 2 kills. At least forced a full-on drone pool. Adept showing up as well. Stasis Ward now going down. Not the hottest harassment that I've seen in my life. But yeah, it's gonna do something at least, which is decent. Blink attack as a follow-up going into 4 gate total. It's probably gonna add a couple more, right? This feels to me like he's not done yet with this. Yeah, 2 more being added. Could even go up to 8 gate. Let's go for a all out.
I think he's gonna go Robo, but we'll see. For now, I think he missed macro a little bit. These gateways seem a little late to me. Yeah, there's the Robo. He really likes Colossus, as I said last time when he played against Dark. He likes the general Colossus setup, and he doesn't even necessarily use it as an all-in, and then goes from the Colossus into extra Immortals and play a ground-focused style with it.
Yeah, we'll see if he's going to be capable of doing that. When he played against Dark, that was on this map as well. It didn't go so well.
Yeah, that is true. But that game was very over after the Link surrounded a bunch of Stalkers, when all the Oracles were on the other side of the map, and Blink wasn't there. So that game was completely over after mid-game. I don't think we should read too much into that. Raynor, I'm afraid, is making a lot of roaches, Okay, just preemptively it appears, as he's making a couple of extra drones as well. Usually if you want to tech up into lurkers, which is what I assume Reynor wants to do here, you already would have started an infestation pit. So seeing roach production on 66 workers hints towards a very committed attack, where you go for a mass roach ravager, you run across the map and you try to kill your opponent.
Yeah. He's kind of sprinkling in drones here, left and right, and then some more roaches, and then some more drones. Seems a little bit unsure in his defense. Now we see that infestation pit going down. But these timings are all fairly late. No? Like the infestation pit going down as the Robo Bay is about to finish. That's not a great look here for Reynor.
Yeah, I think he's just playing it super safe. He knows he's the favorite. He's up 1-0 already, and he's just playing it very, very, very safe. Overly safe almost for how this early game went. Should be able to pick up that stasis ward. Even gets a stalker. I mean, overall Reynor is playing pretty well.
Yeah.
The only thing that we can criticize him for so far is the fact that he's just playing overly safe. But if you're the favorite, I mean, Cyril plays like that every single game, so should be okay. As he's starting the Hive now, still no 8 gas, still no Hydra then. I do still expect him to start the Hydra then very soon.
Yeah, a Roach Viper is not really a composition we often see. As these Oracles are going to take out a lot of links. That was some good control out of Sign. He's going to keep everything alive. Now needs to be careful that his Void Ray doesn't die. First Colossus on the way out. Double Forge as well behind all of this. Reynor's actually going to commit to this off creep. Oracle's partially out of energy. And did he just accidentally kill his opponent?
I think he saw there was a lack of units. Sign didn't micro correctly. A lot of Stalkers fell already. He lost 11 Stalkers, which really isn't supposed to happen. The Colossus went the wrong way. The overcharge is now being used, now that all the Stalkers are dead. And I like that you said he killed them accidentally here, because that's exactly what happened. Reynor was teching up, he went up to 80 workers. I don't think he planned on this, I think he just overmade units defensively. And then he realized there are some weaknesses in Cyan's defenses, and he committed, and it worked. So now, even though he already has his transition, he already dealt damage, so he finds himself in a fantastic position in this game.
Yeah, Cyan still only on 6 gases, lost a lot of workers there. He's gonna get pretty decent upgrades, but needs to start teching into Templar Archive, Second Robo, Immortals. These are the units we want to see right now. He's dealing with Vipers and just any type of composition, and all you have is Colossus is going to be very difficult. The moment Lurkers are out here, it's going to be absolute hell for Cyan, who still has this Prism flying around, so has the counterattack ability. It's now maybe even going to get a cancel on the 5th base, which would be very nice. I would love that for Cyan.
Yeah, Reynor is very close, but just now moved away, so those zealots might actually get the cancel on it, as he still... it's nice that he keeps being on the map and he keeps clearing creep. This is poor creep spread for Reynor standards. But it's just because Cyan was active the entire way through, so Cyan is playing a decent game. Just the fight in the middle was not it. Aside from that, he's playing quite well, as he finds himself at the beginning of a late game. He still needs to survive a little bit more that we can actually call this a late game. The most important part is that the Colossus are far enough away so the Stalkers can zone out the Vipers from the attacks, and it's not the case. The Vipers get reviewed. He doesn't get the second Colossus, so only one of the Colossus goes down with double abduct. Both Vipers have fallen, and the Stasis Ward saves Cyan, and I think that should mean that he's survives till the later stages of the game, because without any Vipers, I don't think there's any way for Reynor to commit on top of Cyan's army here.
I don't think so either, as a big stasis here actually hits in the middle of the map. It's going to be quite a few units that Reynor now wants to try and save, as Colossus already starts fighting it. Blinks forward to try and kill this portion of the army. He's going to get a lot of units there. Zealot run by at the same time, also clearing some Roaches and Hydras over on the 3rd base. Zealots actually are temporarily winning that fight. Cyan now pushes in forward. There are 3 Lurkers in position. Oracle's moving in. These Lurkers are all by themselves. Is there something that Cyan can do here? Cyan believes... I don't know what he believes, but that was some weird blinks. He's not going to take anything out. And I think right now your momentum of that moment is pretty much passed. He's going to pick up his Zealots out of the main base, back into the Prism. Have all Vipers died? No, there's still a single Viper remaining. He's trying to gather a bit of energy. This 5th base might be in trouble, though. That could be a big thing, actually. I think this army is just too small. He needs some type of zone defense here. He needs storms or something else. Otherwise, he might just get jumped upon. That is exactly what's happening. These Colossus very exposed. Hydras, Roaches just chasing this army. And now the Lynx with the Adrenal Glands trying trying to take out some of them stalkers. Good job there by Raynor, who pushes this away, stays alive, and now goes back home to try and deal with that funky little prison with the zealots in the main base.
Yeah, that engagement there was, just as you said, the army was way too small. Also, the Colossus kept shooting at single roaches. And now Raynor finds himself in a position on the other side of the map, not even with his entire army, but gets the last remaining Colossus here. And Cyan needs to survive. Cyan has fantastic upgrades, but he still he needs to survive until he's maxed out to make use of those upgrades. His fighting army right now is 2 Stalkers and a Colossus, and that's, even though there's just 3 Lurkers, that's more than enough to kill 2 Stalkers. And now that he cleared up all the Zealots on his side of the map, he's reinforcing the push with all of the Roaches. Cyan tries to engage with 2 Archons still morphing. All the Oracles coming in here. There's no anti-air left, but it doesn't really matter because the Oracles are not high on energy. And Raynor burrows on top of Cyan's army, on top of Cyan's fort base at this point as well, where Cyan feels the need to defend this, because Raynor himself is on 5 base. He already has +3, he already has the Lurker tech, so Cyan at least needs to stay even in economy, but this is not a fight he can win, I'm afraid.
Yeah, he's gonna need some type of counterattack if he wants to somehow survive. He needs to give up this base and kill 2 bases of his opponent, but that seems like a very unrealistic scenario at this moment. Colossus doing an okay job here in the absence of Vipers. They can just move back and forth. Battery is not active anymore, though. Energy has pretty much disappeared. As the flank of the Zealots, is it going to be enough? I don't think so. New Viper comes in forward. That means 1 more Abduct available. As 3 more Lurkers pop here as well. Raynor can continue reinforcing this position. And the sustain of this Lurker push is much, much bigger than what Cyan can honestly hold. Because Cyan is running out of time. Cyan is running out of units. Fantastic upgrades, as you mentioned, but no units to make use of them. And he's going to need to pull the probes away. But losing this base and being down 90 supply probably means that you're just going to keep getting pushed again and again and again. Raynor can just continue moving on forward, morph in a couple more Lurkers, and then eventually pick up this game.
Yeah, and that's exactly what he does. He moves forward, trying to create a concave with his army. Even though not all the Lurkers I'm shooting, it's honestly more than enough to fight with Cyan's army. Raynor can also remax, but I don't think he needs to, as in order to remax, he first needs to lose his army, which I find a very unlikely outcome of the fight. Cyan's still trying to make stuff happen with his Zealot counterattacks. I mean, he's making so many good moves. It's just, when it comes down to it, in the deciding moments, Raynor was the better player here in that series. And I think also goes home with a deserved W.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
At least a 5th place finish.
At least a 5th place finish as Cyan makes his final stand, but that isn't going to quite work either. 2 Colossus still swiping a lot of these links down. 21 probes meanwhile going down to the double roach attack in the natural. That Assault is dealing more damage than you would have expected out of 2 roaches. Spire going up, 19 more Hydras. Roaches now just rallying into the Colossus. Raynor not playing too careful anymore, but I don't think he really needs to play too careful. He is so ridiculously far ahead. The chances of Cyan winning here is, I'd say, even less than 5% at this point.
Even less than 5%, which is important to note because the 5% for you happens more frequently than you think. GG is called. Raynor takes the series 2-0 and thus finishes 5th. Confirmed because Showtime took a map of Hero at the very least. Those 2 are still playing for advancement. It's a very similar situation to Gaudet versus Gumio and somewhat also to Skillus versus Astrea. So it's a 3rd and 4th place player right now in Group D, duking it out together to see who manages to claim the last spot and punch in their ticket to the playoffs, which will also happen today.
True. Yeah, the round of 12 is going to be played today after these groups do end up finishing. This is actually going to be it for us, Lambo. As we're going to send everyone over quickly to the streams that still have games going on. We thank you so much all for watching our coverage of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. I hope you all enjoyed it. Don't forget that this tournament is still going on both tonight as well as tomorrow. Tonight we'll have the round of 12, or this afternoon, doesn't matter where you are. And then tomorrow we'll have the rest of the bracket play. So thank you so much for watching. We'll be heading to some commercial break. Be sure to check out the A and the B stream.